agencies by Dr. Vijayalakshmi, and I request Dr. Edwin Dias to please chair the session. Dr. Vijayalakshmi is...
Yeah, so I think there was a little confusion. I think Dr. Keshava will be giving the next lecture. That got missed. That was supposed to be done before the breakfast. We're going to do that now. And then I'll do my lecture. So it's going to be, I think it's Dr. Keshava's lecture.
Yeah, it's a second part.
Okay, to the
Second part of the ICMR.
Okay, Indian Research Scenario Grants, Dr. Keshav Prasad. Dr. Keshav Prasad, T.S. Keshav Prasad is the Professor and Director, Center for Omics and Systems Medicine, Department of Biochemistry, KSK Medical Kshema, Nitya University, Mangalore. He has expertise in proteomics, proteogenomics, phosphoproteomics and metabolomics. Dr. Prasad obtained his PhD degree in botany from Goa University in 2004 and worked as faculty scientist from 2004 to 2017. He is a consultant in the field of proteomics and other omics technologies, as evidenced by more than 375 publications in internationally renowned journals, including Nature, Nature Biotechnology, Nature Communications, EMBO, Genome Research, and Genome Biology. He received the Young Scientist Award from Department of Biotechnology, DBT, Government of India in 2007, and recently the ICMR Collaborating Center for Excellence, ICMR CCOE 2024 Award. He has received a DBT BIC grant for skill development for metabolomics technologies and the Wellcome Trust India Alliance Team Science Award for phosphoproteomics and signaling pathways in cell division during the Plasmodium falciparum life cycle. He has received an ICMR intermediate grant in 2025 to evaluate signaling pathways in Gaucher disease. He also received a First in the World Challenge grant recently launched by ICMR to investigate the feasibility of generating artificial synapses for treating chronic neurological disorders. Additionally, he received several international grants, including one from the Olav Thon Foundation in Norway and another from the Medical Research Council in the UK. Dr. Prasad has obtained and completed 3 Center of Excellence grants from the Department of Biotechnology in collaboration with NIMHANS, Shankar Netralaya and Brit National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi. Over to you, Dr. Prasad. Let us have a big round of applause.
Thank you, Madam, for a nice introduction, and thanks for the organizers for inviting me here. More than the grant, I will go into the grant types and ICMR grant. I will mainly focus on ICMR grant, what you require and all. More than the grant, I will mainly focus on the personalities which you have to develop in order to become a very good successful grant writer and executor of the grants. So that's what I am going to do while we are preparing for slides. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Arun, for that. So recently, ICMR has awarded our center with the ICMR Collaborating Center of Excellence. This is for, we have been collaborating with multiple ICMR centers and hand-holding them with a lot of omics data we were generating. And all over the India, we have been working with many ICMR grant people in order to complete their grant successfully. So recently I made a move from here to establish a new center called Center for Omics and Systems Medicine in Kshema, DTDU, where we will get the best mass spectrometer of the world, which they have agreed to purchase. So my team is only 3 members now. We will soon expand it to around 70 to 100 people. So overview of my talk today will be how to be a smart grantswoman or a grantsman, and tips to be successful, developing a personality and develop a niche area and environment, and then I will get into a little bit about details of ICMR grant. First thing what you have to do in order to be successful is to develop successful partnerships, and you have to be near the successful people. So we have to learn why they are successful. So there is a saying, 3,000 years ago they have written, Santattayasi samstitasya payaso namapi nanyayate muktakara daya tadeva dalini patrastite shobhate or rajate swatyam sagara shakti madhyapatitam tan mauktikam jayate prayena uttama madhyama adamadasha sansargata jayate. That means your status comes with the context you keep. So the one drop of water, if it falls on the hot iron plate, its name also will not be heard. But if the same water drop sits on the lotus petal on a shiny day, it shines like a pearl. Same water drop, it is a saying that if it goes into the Swati star, during the Swati star, if it falls on the sea mushel, it will convert into pearl. So this is you have to keep in mind when you are getting onto the big bandwagon. So you have to keep nice company, so then you will also shine, you will also turn into a nice, perfect person. So what is the measure of success? When we are talking successful grant writing, what is the measure of success? What is the currency of a scientist? So this already Dr. Salis has made a foundation for this, and what is the duty of a scientist? He told grant is not a charity. So it is your duty to get the outcome, to get into society. So you should have societal impact always in your mind when you start writing grant, when you synthesize the grant. If your grant idea doesn't have a societal impact, forget about it and go to another grant where idea, develop better idea which have a solid societal impact at the end of 3 years. What is the currency of a scientist? Finally, today it will not be measured by your degree or the marks which you got. So the currency of a scientist is the number of publications and the quality of the publication, which is determined by citations. And then finally, a combination of these things is now calculated by H-index, and that has to come as a currency of a scientist. So you have to get into that, you have to have a lot of grants in order to execute your projects and come up with managements. So world of a scientist is very hyper competitive. But if you keep a good company, most of the competition goes away. So always try to have a very good collaborators. Research is full of roadblocks. So know your surrounding. Don't try about explaining roadblocks and doing research on roadblocks. So find out solutions. So if everything is rosy, you may not have any say in this whole game of things. Because there are roadblocks, you have to specialize yourself to get into solutions. So then you become an expert, you get successful. It is good that roadblocks are there, and know your surroundings, and then you also should know how you to be different from other people who are less successful in order to be successful. And you also should know how people judge you as a scientist or as a researcher, how people judge you. So you have to get into those landmarks or milestones, you have to reach as early as possible, so that that phase is over. Then one big question is why they have to fund you. Of all people out there, why people have to fund you? So what is the special thing in you? What is the USP in you? Unique selling proposition. So that you have to work on. You have to nurture it and everything. So for that what we have to do? We have to take charge of our life. We should not cry and whine, and we have to work hard towards. So think about the idea for a day. So what is the idea we think about it today? So if you keep cultivating, if you give your job to your brain and your thought process to think ideas, and you will generate every day you will encounter ideas around you. So around your workplace. So you have to think about it. So you get, as a clinician or as a pharmacologist, you will get into always a prognostic dilemma, diagnostic dilemma, treatment dilemma, and even responders, non-responders, so many ideas you will get and how to solve this. So it is also an important thing is when you get an idea, don't believe in your memory. Always write it down on a piece of paper, or you should have a book with you or a note with you with your idea bag. So once you have hundreds of ideas, you will not worry about sharing it. Somebody has apprehended some apprehensions they have shown in the last speakers. They have asked that whether my idea will be stolen. So if your idea you keep with you for a long time, somebody else will publish on that. So they have not stolen from your brain. That is because in the world there are 10 to 20 people think on the same ideas which you are thinking about at the same time. They are also in the same situation where they are forced to think and they also think about the same idea. So ideas are not going to be with you for a long time. One or the other person it is going to appear in a publication or other places, definitely. That's why incubating idea for a long time is not a good thing. So, and also when you plan out an experiment, do not think you don't have facility. I understand, in Srinivas or even in Anakoya when I started, we always think about, we may not have this facility, that facility like IAFC or Indian Institute of Science or IIT Bombay. So when you have this kind of situation, do not think about it. It is not a negative thing should come to your mind. You have to think about where that experiment can be done. World is full of available for collaboration. So your idea you can execute anywhere in the world. If you ask somebody who has that facility, if you go to them and ask them, can I do this particular part of experiment in your lab, there will be mechanism to support you. So don't think about your lack of facility in your department or an institute or in your state or country. So always think about idea and how to execute that idea. That should be your priority. Then think about how to execute it and what are the negative things about the limitations about what you have. That you should not think about. And then you have to create your own web page. You have to show your enthusiasm to world there. Today there is nobody to tell you that, oh, this guy influence other guys. You have to influence and create a stage for your own growth. You have to tell about your enthusiasm to world. You may not have done anything now, but what you are set out to do, what are the ideas you have. So these kind of things today, you can make many reels and many websites and many popular articles you can write, blogs you can write, vlogs you can do. So that way you have to become a kind of, mouthpiece for many people. Yeah. No problem. So, short goals you have to keep. All the things what you wanted to do, you have to do step by step. So everything is accumulated in short steps. Nothing is going to happen with a miracle. Dr. Salins has actually told you that he has done 7 years of preparation to get one big grant. So that nobody knows. When you are going to get a grant, 25 grants you will write and you will get one grant successfully. That nobody tells you. You see only the positive aspects of it, what others got. You are not seeing how much efforts they have put in order to get them. So that's why that effort you have to put. So I want to graduate in 5 years. I want to synthesize that molecule in the next 3 months. I have to publish one manuscript every 3 months or every 6 months. And always compare your own progress. Do not compare yourself to your colleague in the department. Because you people are not having the same ingredients. You are made with different ingredients. Genetic makeup is different and your culture and nurture is different. So do not compare your achievements with anybody else. Always compare weekly what you were 1 week before, 1 month before. Did you do anything substantial this month? And then how you will make up the race next month. So that should be your attitude and keep the destination in mind. So another area is choose your own area where there are very few people are there as competitors so that you can attract collaboration. So you can develop multiple skills to get into that particular area. Do not do everything in the world. So become specialized in one area or multiple skill sets, and this work what you are developing today, you have to know the world needs it tomorrow. That means it should not be over today. By the time you specialize in that department, and that department may not be required. So today in April this year, April month, the FDA has come up this. We have to replace in vitro and in vivo tests by computational AI and organoids. So now all the people who are doing cell culture today should wake up. And if you are really doing clinical research, you have to think about developing skills for organoid and computational AI. Because maybe in another 2 to 3 years or 4 years, cell culture testing may not have value. So you have to update yourself what world needs tomorrow. And then also, always have a habit of listening to and following up thought leaders in the country and thought leaders in the world. Because then there is something called time boxing. So you have to live in 10 years ahead of time every day for 1 hour. So today you have to live in 2030 on the same day for 1 hour of the day. So that is called time boxing. Then you will have that habit of thinking what should be required 10 years down the line. It is like many things becomes obsolete. So many things will become disruptive technologies will come over the period of time. They will disrupt many technologies which was there in the past. You know the history of Kodak and other companies. If you rely on only one thing today, that may not be the requirement tomorrow. So you have to stay ahead of time and think about disruptive technologies. Will you able to bring disruption into your stream of science? So that you have to think today. So, Shanashaha Kanashashaiva Vidya Martham Cha Sadayet. Shano Shane Naste Kuto Vidya Kane Naste Kuto Dhanam. So, by moments you have to gain knowledge. By accumulating moments, you are going to enrich your knowledge. By accumulating paisas, you accumulate wealth. If you lose the moment in routine gossiping, where you will accumulate your knowledge? So every moment what you live, think about an idea and executing about that idea. So this will help you in a long way. Always spend your discussion, always put your discussion and your time on discussing ideas, big ideas. That's what the great people always do. That's what the success people always do. So this was told 3000 years ago in the Subhashitani. I just wanted to tell people there is nothing new in this. So when you go to grant writing, always request guidelines. Today you don't need to request guidelines from anybody because everything is available online. So you have to read from first sentence to last sentence between the words, each sentence in the grant document, grant proposal request document. And you also have to read annual reports of ICMR annual reports of DBT, DST, what actually they want to project. They might have given several funds, but they might have not projected them. What they are projecting in that area, you have to think about that. So any foundation and agency, if Infosys Foundation is giving fund, you have to see what they have funded last year, what they are thinking in their annual report. So why they will fund you? What kind of project you have to do which has a high chance of getting funded by that particular agency. So if you are thinking about Welcome Trust, you have to read everything about Welcome Trust. Do not think about winning grant without reading their background. So issue of the problem when you are thinking, whether it is a local issue, national issue or an international issue. Whether international issue is relevant to your national issue when you are going to get funding from national funding agency. What is their priorities? Educate the world about your enthusiasm, capability and credibility. When you have this workshop, do not only try to listen to people and ask questions. Interact with people, other people. Make a network. This network is going to go a long way and it will fund you in a lot of ways. You have to be friends with many people who are important tomorrow. So you can identify them today by their achievements in a young stage and then you build on that. So those things tomorrow you will be a very collaborator. And all the grants you have to write very minimum. Most of the time we don't start writing. That's why you end up very late in the grant things. So write very minimum. If they are asking 50 words, you should know how to write it in 50 words. Do not write 500 words and then try to downsize it into 50 words. Starting only you write very minimum and what the agencies. Most reviewers are very strict and they have very less time to review your grant. So if you are review, they are not going to find good things just like that. So whatever you have written, all the good things are spirit of the team and expertise of the team and impact on the society should be highlighted very carefully. Do not write loads and loads of rubbish. Always write what is required for the grant. That's how you do that. If they specify page length, page margin, font size and everything, please follow that meticulously. Take care of your formatting, take care of your English, grammar writing and take help. And do not annoy funding agencies or reviewers because they hardly have time to think about helping beyond particular rules. So keep always in mind that it is their money. It is not charity. You have no absolute right on those money. So follow their rules. Be a reviewer of your own grant. You will find many mistakes. And this is what, don't think of sharing, not sharing with many people. So you have to share your ideas with somebody so that they will critique. This is a free review for you. And you come out with a new idea in order to circumvent that. Use charts, graphs, tables and pictures and tell a good story. No matter how picture perfect your story is, it is finally the decision of reviewers and funding agencies whether they will fund you or not. Okay? So begin early, always keep writing proposals, apply now and then, and a good cover letter is key. Answer all questions and find your own questions, where questions, find your own questions because these people are giving in the same grant agency how they are going to see your grant, how they are going to evaluate your grant. All those questions you can make and you can answer. If you are getting rejected, revise your proposal and apply again. Do not waste time in, oh my proposal is rejected, what I will do. Do not take time in thinking about it. Give them what they want, be explicit, be specific. And then collaborate. Because it is very difficult to perform project in today's world in complete isolation. He told very clearly, do not think about only your department. You think about other universities, other high-ranking universities, whether you get a collaborator from there, find a collaborator, they are everywhere, only thing you have to find them. And then multiple different perspectives and skills will be used. Suddenly your project will look different. You will achieve outcomes together and it will improve credibility as well as productivity for your grant. And collaborate with your colleagues and students first, and then you go into interdisciplinary collaborations. Then you can involve multiple institutions and industries, And then multiple core facility research labs, you can look into the experiments which you cannot do in your own lab, and then suddenly you can think of going into international collaboration. Suddenly you will meet people in a conference like this or a workshop like this, and you will find good partners across the world, and then you will start that. So always there are a lot of grant types, and they usually ask for a call for proposal, but do not wait for a call for proposal. You have enough material out there how a grant proposal will look like when the call for proposal comes. So you start your negotiations and your talks with collaborators much earlier. There are individual centric grants, very few of them today. Multi-institute collaborative networks are highly funded today, and center of excellences you can think of, and there are program supports from DBT, and as Dr. Salim told by that, then skill development, capacity building grants are there, then R&D labs are being developed, and you can develop winter schools and workshops, and for that also grants are available, and there are priority national facilities granting agencies wants to develop, each granting agency. So you can think of such facilities and propose. So there are absolutely, because today large majority of them are women here, so you have a very good advantage. There are many women grants in each of the granting agencies. You have to seriously look at them. There are not enough grant applications. So when we recently with Shyam Prasad, when we did the epigenetics conference, we didn't have women speakers in the country who were working on epigenetics. This is what I am telling, niche area. There are no speakers, only 3 speakers are there all over India. If you leave them, there are no other people who are working in that area. So there are enough scope for women to jump in, because order of the day in the future it will be more than 50% women participation in speaker list. It is going to happen. That's why you have to get ready to become that one of those speakers in the niche area. So you can apply women. So large majority of the grant applicants are men. You are excluded them in this. So you don't have competition. And then you have career break specific grants, and those even enrolled for PhD, they are giving grant with a very high salary component today in the women scientist. You don't need to have PhD. You are doing PhD, and if you are 27-year-old and above, you can apply for women scientist grants directly. And then there are a lot of things which already Naveen Salins has very clearly elucidated. So I will go specifically some of the ICMR grants. There are 2 types. One is extramural, one is intramural. Intramural is for ICMR people. There also you can collaborate, and your budget will be part of ICMR institute budget. But extramural grant, where ICMR scientists cannot participate. They don't have the grant money in this. So you have to work with them. So types of extramural grant, there are 3 major types right now. One is investigator initiated small grant, which is up to 2 crores. If you are doing a proof of principle, you have to apply for this. If you already have a proof of principle, if you want to go to next stage, you can apply intermediate grant, which is 2 to 8 crores. And then comes the Center of Advanced Research, which is particularly given to very good research teams with proven track record. So in order to get there, you have to do around 7 years or 8 years of work in small grants and intermediate grants. So that will be very high amount. So proposal review process will look like this. Most of the grant proposal things which we have looked into, so they all ask similar questions. That is rationale of the project. Is it likely to solve a priority problem? So this I am talking about ICMR grant. And then is it likely to have impact on health outcomes? So large majority of decision is taken place in this. So you have to have an answer for this. Whenever you have an idea, it should answer these questions. Then is the study developing or testing a new idea? Our study methods are appropriate to achieve objective. You may have an idea, but whether your study methods are appropriate to in order to get the answer, which is likely to have impact on the society, which is likely to answer the rationale of your question. So then implementation strategy, whether the team in that time period is competent to make the grant feasible. So these are the questions reviewers are asking. So if you are answering these questions in your grant proposal, you are done with your grant. So that's why you have to focus on these questions, and this is part of grant proposal document. So it is there, but you have to read. You have to read each and every grant, not just copying the template and start filling it. So first you have to read the entire grant document, call for proposal document. So investigator grant, small grant is about 2 crores and it can be a period of 4 years, and multidisciplinary project that aim to find a solution for priority diseases or conditions. What is the priority diseases? It is also listed in ICMR website, and they are changing the priority diseases every now and then. So every time when you have call for proposal, you have to see that whether your idea and whether the disease condition which you are mentioning are part of this. And then research proposals that take forward an already existing an idea, some work has been done, that can be taken forward. So intermediate grant 2 to 8 crores, and here you have to do a little bit, already a proof of concept should be there, you are taking it to field or something like that. And potential deliverables of the project should include a patent or commercial product at the end of your work. So as Salins has told, a product should be there when you are asking for a bigger money. Then comes car, it is around 8 crores to 15 crores, and the purpose is to promote advanced research team with an experience of research, experience of over so many years on that area, and it is to conduct a specific project which is coming under ICMR programs which they want to know. So such kind of things will be delivered here. ICMR will identify priority diseases and conditions for this in a open call. So first in the world challenge, this is another grant which comes under intermediate or small grant, but it comes as a separate call. Here what is the thing is, it is inspired by Chandrayaan 3 where we landed on moon, India. From that idea, ICMR has started this innovative out-of-box idea. You may not have any experience in this, but you have an idea which is not taught in the world till today. World, not in India, not in your district. People ask, no, in my district this evaluation is not done. So that's why it is novel. So this is not like that. It should be globally relevant, and till today nobody should have written about it or thought about it. Such an idea, odd of success may be variable. You may not be able to achieve, or chances are very less of achieving the idea, but ICMR is going to fund you for your efforts. So they wanted you to put the effort. That kind of idea this is. So we got the first in the world grant, our group, last year when it came first. So the project is to develop a proof of concept, or if you want a little bit more money, prototypes. Already from proof of concept you want to go to prototype, or you want to have a final product. All the 3 types are allowed in the first in the world grant. So, but idea should not have been anywhere else, because all the project investigators, Director General will talk to you online and find out from where you got this idea. Whose idea is it? He will grill you for 20 to 30 minutes before giving you this grant. So, 4 types of research, particularly in ICMR in all schemes, that is discovery research, development research, delivery research, descriptive research. He calls it 4D. So 4-dimensional research. So in discovery research, it is finding novel interventions, or pre-clinical or phase 1 studies will be done under this. And development research, interventions for screening and diagnosis and treatment or diseases. From prototype, we will develop into a product, point of care tests, molecular diagnostic tests, animal models for disease, dosage and formulations. All these things will be done under this. Delivery research will be to implement what you have found out, to implement in the field. How we will reach into hospital and how the programs will be done in the hospital. That way it is a delivery research. And then descriptive research is, ICMR wants to have a dossier on particular pathogen or a particular disease. Then they will come up with this Here you will target its burden, risk factors and determinants. Only if deemed fit by ICMR to be critical, move towards finding solution, they will fund it. And pathogenesis mechanism and all, if you tell, it will not be prioritized. So that will not be their goal. Okay? So finally, this is one priority area list in one of the grants they have given. Large majority stayed the same by small modifications in the last 3 years. So One Health, AMR, tuberculosis, it is on the communicable side, non-communicable diseases, and then maternal and child health. They divided into 3, and then you have overarching mechanisms on this which will be priority for ICMR. Similarly, there is another whole set of group like DHR. He mentioned about DHR. Naveen. Same way, there is something called National Health Research Priority Project, NHRP projects, which are also directly monitored by DG, but it is not a part of ICMR. Although it is governed by ICMR, it is a separate program, NHRP. So there is a scientific advisory board which will identify research priorities. You can apply expression of research interest, and then you co-develop these projects along with the ICMR investigators. So there will be a collaboration between them. Mostly a multi-centric and commonly agreed upon protocol will be implemented through these grants. So the priority areas will be again tuberculosis, vector-borne disease, AMR, cancer, mental health and ambulatory care, then anemia, child health, nutrition, neonatal mortality, acute emergency care and oral health. These are the areas right now is a priority area under this. And then I am coming to now scoring and schema. As I told you in the first, the questions, same questions are listed here. Rationale of the study, expected impact of the research, 15 marks, 20 marks, novelty of the idea, 15 marks, appropriateness of methodology, 20 marks, and then strength and expertise of the research team is 15 marks. So based on these marks, reviewers will mark. So you have to give all these things in that particular, when you are writing grant, you have to keep it in mind. These things will be appropriately highlighted in your grant proposal so that reviewers need not dig for this information. So if you give that, you are done with your project. Similarly, Center for Advanced Research, here more marks are coming for strength of the research team. If you have seen last time out of 15 marks, 15 marks is for research team. Here almost 50% of the marks are for the research team, Center of Excellence, Center of Advanced Care. So depending on this, the marks will be distributed by this one. And here also there is a note called H-index of the PI is expected to be at least 20. So then only the grant will be funded. So, importance of grant writing to have stress-free career. All of you start writing today. Implement what we are telling here today. And yasyasti vintam sanarakulina sapandita sashrutavan gudajna saeva vakta sachadarshaniya sarve gunaha kanchana mashrayante. All the good features in the world is going to come and accumulate on the gold. That means if you have money, everybody will praise you. You are a sophisticated person, you are a wise person, you are a pandit, you are an ambassador, spokesperson, everything is, all the things, good philosopher, everything will come on you. Therefore, all of you make grant writing a favorite hobby. You will be the most needed for any organization because we are always deficient of vitamin A. So that is money. Thank you. So I have spent almost around 60 to 70 crores of grant money by now. So I am going to spend, soon I will reach to 100 crore mark spending. So a large team is required. I had a very large team in Anapoya. I hope to build a similar team in this one. I thank all of you. If you want to be part of team effort, you can write to me. Collaborators are welcome. And we want to expand this team. And then I acknowledge several institutes who have given me platform till today, and also almost all of the funding agencies out there. Thank you. Thank you all.
Hello, now we go on to Q&A session and our remote speaker is going to speak.
Yeah, Tanika ma'am, do you want to unmute? Can you hear us? We can't hear you. Can you hear us now? So this is a session with Tanika Lindo, and
you may need to unmute Dr. Ravendra's mic, I suppose.
no, we can hear you now. Do you want to give a quick introduction to yourself, and then we'll start a quick Q&A session?
Sure. So, very good morning. I'm Tanika Lindo. I'm a scientist here at ICMR. I joined ICMR in the middle of the COVID pandemic, which is in July 2025. And before that, I was a faculty with the Public Health Foundation of India. So it's been an experience for me as well to be in ICMR. And I'll be happy to answer some of your questions that you may have. Thank you.
So if somebody wants to give a camera,
Tanika is on remote speaking now, and she is additional professor IIPH Delhi. She has completed a graduation from Lady Hardinge Medical College, New Delhi, as a MD in Community Medicine from University College of Medical Sciences, and specialized in epidemiology from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. She was funded by Swiss National Science for PhD in epidemiology, and she is doing PhDs on epidemiology of cardiometabolic abnormalities, genetic and non-genetic association of uric acid and kidney function with blood pressure. Over to you, Dr. Tanika.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, if there is any questions, and I hope I'm able to clarify your doubts, I'm available here now.
that's good. So I do want all of you all to get more interactive. It's becoming too didactic and monotonous. So just ask any questions that you have. We have had two wonderful presentations.
Yeah, we have one.
Okay, wonderful. Go ahead.
is known as an education hub. Many students from different places come to Mangalore just for study purposes. So just take a round around a famous private research and skill-focused university, that is Srinivas University. Srinivas University is the flagship of the 18 Srinivas group of institutions started by the A. Shamrao Foundation. It is a private charitable trust founded in 1988 by an eminent chartered accountant, Dr. A. Raghavendra. Proud son of Atka Shamrao, renowned chartered accountant and visionary academician, Dr. C. A. Raghavendra Rao started the first educational institution, that is Srinivas College of Hotel Management, in the year 1988. Today, more than 13,000 students are pursuing their higher education at Srinivas University and Srinivas Group of Institutions. Mangalore is known as an education hub. Many students from different places come to Mangalore just for study purposes. So just take a round around a famous private research and skill-focused
reach out to you, and then you're able to dictate the terms of how you want to be conducting the research, rather than they just telling you this is how it's going to be done, and you're just one of the co-authors of that. Okay, so the partnerships, there are many types of partnerships that you can have. Again, there's pharmaceutical, biotech, clinical trials, technology development, public-private consortium. Again, so this is not looked upon, this is sometimes frowned upon. They're going to basically, eventually they realize that you're a solo investigator in an institute, they're going to come and pile down what they want to do and you're not going to do. So you need to have a whole organization that's going to go through everything and then guide you and the investigators. There should be lawyers involved. So it is a process, and you should do it along with the institution. But it's doable, and if it's coming to India, but you need to be careful when you do the shake hand with them. Okay, so they're just globally going to global scenario. There are lots of other funding agencies. So I'm not going to go through each one of them, but I'm going to share all these slides with everyone. So if anybody has some thoughts about what are funding agency, I sort of looked into it. And then talking about alternate approach, I think this is also important. As young researchers, I think this is a good slide. So do you have to be, as a young researcher, start off research solo? Absolutely not. I think as Prithvi has been doing for Manipal, she's like a really outstanding associate, adjunct professor at Manipal, but she's been working with me 5 years, but we have been doing a lot of collaborative work, and that sort of pushes you up. Okay, you don't have to be the solo investigator in a study. You could be one of the sites for a collaborative study, and that itself starts creating a sort of a niche for you to then move forward. So there are different awards. I'm sure ICMR will have collaborative grants, and those are so you collaborate with MIMS or CMC or one of the other organizations. And for Srinivas, which is a newly budding institute and wants to research, but obviously the folks out here, you all need to be collaborating with folks who are already being researched. That's the only way to go about it. If you all start doing it solo and not collaborating, it's going to be really difficult. So come up with center grants, project. You don't have to be the center. You join organization which has a center grant and be one of the sites, and then start working. You have the contacts that have been built up already. You should start using the network. Again, there should be supplementary funding, administrative supplements, diversity supplements, input supplements. These are all grants for not your main project, but supplements to your project. Okay, and they're all available out there. So again, it's an ICMR. So have a contract with ICMR as one of the sites for the multi-site project, and that really works well. And again, develop some contract. Again, you hear the word contract over and over again, and as a young investigator, I think that can be pretty scary, because you don't know anything about contracts. Like as a physician, I have no idea about contracts. So you need to have the organization. Srinivas should invest on putting together a team that will be reviewing contracts, that will be helping you do all that, because we don't expect you to be the one doing all that. Again, so that's the investigator. It's a portfolio approach. So again, how can you be successful as a grantee? I think you need to have a mixed bag portfolio. So you should be applying to high stake, low reward, low stake, high reward grants at the same time. Okay, so then if you don't, the chance of you getting the grant for the high stakes is pretty low, but the chance of low stakes is pretty high. So if you don't apply to multiple stakes, it's going to be difficult for you to be successful. So as a grantee, like I do a different approach. So I do a strategic approach with my mentor in applying for grants, and I don't do multiple like 25, churning out 25 grants. I don't have the time to do that, and I don't have the resources to do that. So I do a very strategic approach. So I figure out like the high stakes, low yield, low stakes, high yield, and just apply to them. And I have a 30% success rate, which is like much more like than the 10% success rate that's usually there for most researchers in the US. So the only reason for that 30% success rate is being clever on what you apply for, and then being really focused and doing not just randomly applying for 20 grants, which is with the reviewer can read through that very easily. And again, develop a pipeline. Sequential application, I already went through that. Again, anticipating renewal challenges, planning of growth sustainability, again staggering suspension publications. Okay, I think these have already been done, so I'm not going to go through them again. Is know what your funder is looking for, match your submission to the funder's request, because they are the ones giving you the money, as Keshava said, and you are just basically trying to figure out how to get that money from them. Building relationship is really, really important. I think that has not been touched yet, but if you're going to apply to a grant from a granting agency, don't just go online, go make that phone call. I think a lot of people hesitate to make that phone call, but make that first phone call with the project manager. There's always a project manager, and that's what I was trying to get Nanika to say. The ICMR ICMR has a project manager for any project, any grant that they have. Go through the website, figure out who that project manager is, and make that call, make the appointment. But that's really important. You're building that relationship. So it's in the back of their mind that there's this person from Srinivas who's trying to apply for this grant. So they'll be looking out for that. And so try to make an appointment, keep following up with that person, say that, show him the development, and make him be your voice in ICMR. And I think that's the key. I think most successful grant writers have that connect in a large grant organization. So like for us, we have that connect in NIH. So we know the right person in emergency medicine who to reach out so that if you have any question, and you should be really like have that person and start making those calls. Because if you don't make those calls, then you're just going to do your own work in your silo, and it might be completely that they're not looking for at all. So like 2 months down the line, when you prepare a whole project, you reach out to them and they say that this is not something we're interested in. So that's the first thing you should do, is figure out whether this is something that they're interested in. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the different databases of that. I think these are really important resources that you have. But these are all institutional resources. So my request to Edwin is have Srinivas put an application for either Grant Forward or Pivot RP. So there are two really good resources for young grant, but it has to be in this the institution supported. So you can't just go online and say they're trying to make an account and there's a cost to it. So I don't expect any more. But for the institution, it's much cheaper, and the institution should do that. So once you do that, you can create a portfolio as you as an investigator and the institute, and then you get like a lot of anything that comes up.
Can you just elaborate how it is done?
So yeah, I'm talking a little bit about Grant Forward. So it's an AI powered search engine. So I think somebody in the presentation, I think it was Naveen, he put in one of his slides that look at this and that's I forgot the name. Yeah, Funding International. Yeah. So Funding International and Grant Forward, I think it's very similar. When I look at this thing, it looks like it's very similar. So it's the same thing. So if your institution has to subscribe for it, you get a password, a username, and then once you get the username, log in, and then you put in what topic that you're interested in, and then it gives you a pull out of all the grants that are there on that topic. So if I'm interested in doing cardiovascular research in emergency medicine, it even breaks it down to more finite what exactly cardiovascular I'm looking at. So I'm looking at chest pain pathways, I'm looking at troponin, biomarkers. So I put all that, and then it does a global search of all the grants that are available and gives you a pull down. So it's not a one-time pull down. You can ask them to give me a pull down every week. So every week or every month that you want to know that what are the grants available on that topic, they'll give you a list. Okay, so and that's really useful for you if you're trying to find out what grant you want. And so the first thing is that you get the list. The second thing is that go through that website and then figure out who the project manager and make a call. So once you do these two things, you already put yourself in the pathway of creating a grant. So even if you don't want to, you put yourself in the pathway so you start moving forward. So if you don't do these steps, the inertia takes some time in research, especially as an inertia. Okay, so again, these are the way to do the searches. You could do the keyword discipline specific searches. They have emails. So they save your profile. It can track. You can put it up so that it tracks your deadlines, so that you know when the deadlines are coming up, so that you're prepared for it. And then it also gives you a funding trend analysis globally, so where the funding is more, which subjects, if you're looking for what topic you want to work on and it's still early, then you can do that. And then this is really important. You have to have an institution to support it. They have training sessions. So for Edwin's question, all these organizations, all these websites have a training session. So yeah, so depending on which organization. So we used to have Pivot RP at Maine, and now we shifted. We pivoted to Grant Forward. So we use Grant Forward, and they have their own training session. So everyone is different. So do the training session, and they should be able to us. But it depends on which your organization wants. And then again, use the library. We are not experts in looking into it. So what is available? So use your library resources to do that work for you. So I'm telling you, so you should be the one doing the research and not spending too much time on anything else. Again, multiple strategies. So these just a couple more slides and then we'll wrap up. This is a study done in the was by Stephanie, and I think she showed that even though the funding from NIH is more than 20 times what is there for the foundation, the people are more comfortable applying for private organizations. So private means everything, like from industry to non-government foundations. So you can see out here, even the success rate is much more in the private and the funding foundation. So this is a really key for those of you who recalculus or remember anything about logarithmic approach. So which curve you think should be the curve that you all should be having? Should it be the red curve, the purple curve, or the green curve? He knows the answer because he's done that. So it's not the red curve, it's not like constantly trying to go. It should be the green curve. It's the first 5 years you get more success in research, and that's okay. The first 5 years you're trying to build a portfolio. It's only after that you start getting the structure. So x to the power 2, right? Yeah, x to the power 3. No, it's actually 2 to the power x. So next time we better. So the logarithmic curve is the one which is the curve that you should be. And that's the, if you talk to any successful researcher, that's the curve that they are. They're successful now, not because they always had a grant to support them. It's because towards the last, they got that one big grant and then they have been able to continue with that. Okay, so I'm going to stop here. Any questions? Yeah, I think Vijay has a question. Go ahead.
I've just opened this thing for questions.
I think Vijay has a question.
Hello. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. This is a question should be put to a reviewer of a grant. But I think since you have an extensive experience of securing grant, so I just would like to make a question which is more of descriptive. So, seeing being a young researcher from Srinivas University, being a novice, a budding university, and positioning our university as a young one. So, what kind of strategies I should implement to secure more of a especially like global grants? I think of course the Indian grants, yeah, the strategy is quite competitive. So especially the global grants, what kind of strategies we should implement? Or I think what we always say is hard work pays, hard work pays. I've been applying for a lot of grants with a lot of not testing the success of it. So. I want an answer from a more personalized experience. Of course, I think probably you might be in the same position sometime back. So, what kind of self-learning experience we should have by applying for a number of grants, but still not able to be successful? Should we change our strategies, like change the niche areas? Should we align our research studies aligned to the funding things? So. That's kind of I have kind of dilemma to stick with the same research or to have a diverse kind of research just to secure a grant, and that's one kind of kind of feel like not motivating to do more research. And of course we say that hard work pays, publication and stuff, but in spite of that our grant proposals have been looked down. So is the reviewers are seriously looking for what do you call that, a track record, or they're looking for a novelty? A novelty doesn't come from a track record, because track record means that you're doing the same stuff. That is not novelty. You're doing the same thing again for a long time, and again you are doing something, which means that reviewers are actually looking at a track record rather than being a novel out-of-box ideas. I hope I made sense of my question.
Great question, Vijay. So a couple of questions and a couple of thoughts I have out here. So I think one is like what I'm hearing is that you have been applying for grants and not been successful, and your question is, do I change my research topic and find something else that is more lucrative or more appealing to the organizations, the reviewer, or do I still stick to my research? I think that's an internal question for you. I cannot answer that question, but I think if you have been applying for a grant, if you feel that your research is unique, so I think you could be doing a research with 100 people already doing it. You're not going to get a grant. It might be time for you to change. But if you're doing a research that's unique, if you feel that's unique, it could be the fact that you're not writing your grant at all. Okay, so it's quite multifactorial. So if your grant is unique and you feel that's unique and you're going by it, if your literature review says it's unique, stick to it. You will get the success if it's unique and novel. And that's why you're saying, like, how do you have a track record if you're doing a novel thing? So seed grants are there for novel ideas. It might be the fact that your writing is not appropriate, and that is an important thing. We will talk a little bit about how grant writing is. When we talk about how to prepare a good basket, how to prepare a good specific aims, because all that is really crucial when you apply for the grant. Okay, so if you don't have a good grant, even if your idea is good, how much time you apply, everybody is looking at the same thing, they have the same criteria, so you have to apply the grant in an appropriate manner. Okay, so Dr. Keshav is very successful, so he knows exactly what to put on the grant and be successful. But we don't have that success, so my thing is like learn the technique and the ways to write a proper grant, and I think you will eventually be successful. If you are reaching out to multiple grants and then use the different resources that are out there that we share, I think you'll be successful if your idea is unique.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I just tell you a few points here. See, I just discussed this before, and usually in the industry, one thing you should have a site recognition. Site means where you are working. Is it having the resources? That's what we were discussing.
Yes.
We were discussing. Do you have the resources? Do you have the scientific backing?
Yes.
And that's what we were trying to build up the scientific ethos in the Srinivas group. I and Dr. Sucheta were trying to build in a lot of committees and all, which I think was resisted. So we may succeed after some time. So that's called site recognition.
Yeah, that's what my question is. Understanding the ground reality that our university is still
Exactly.
to the
So
map.
site recognition means you must have the resources.
Yes, that's
You
exactly.
simply can't, because when I put up an article on COVID long back, nobody recognized me. It only hit when 2020, when the article was checked again, and my predictive analysis was correct. Being from India, it was not successful. Okay, so that is one thing. Since there are a lot of universities which have been having problems with integrity, so that is one. So site recognition. Then it is personal recognition. You can see Dr. Keshav and Dr. Vijay, they have got $1 million grants.
Yes.
They have been recognized. They have been doing projects. They have completed the projects. So that is one thing. As a you have a problem with as a new researcher means you are at a disadvantage because you are not recognized by anybody.
Exactly.
So once you get an ICMR grant, you can keep getting 100.
Yeah.
So that is site recognition, personal recognition, and of course what we are trying to teach you today is how to put a good grant and see what the reviewers are going to, the different reviewers are. So be patient, and by the end of this thing definitely,
Thank you, sir.
like we said, the light energy which you talked will come in.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry for interfering, I'm the chairperson.
Wonderful. So I think if anybody has any questions, I'll share my email and feel free to send emails and we can connect. Thank you.
She has one question.
Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Sir, you have listed multiple funding agencies. So even when Keshav sir said there are multiple government agencies which are going to give the grant. So if my idea matches to more than multiple grants, so as a fresher, which grant should I be choosing for?
So what's the first step you do after you find the agencies?
So I'll be checking for the author, I'll be checking for the guidelines.
And the project
yes,
manager,
project
right?
manager.
So you make the calls. That's the first thing. So if you have, especially if you have 3 granting agencies, call all the project managers and figure out who is most likely to. And when you make the call, you'll be able to who's most enthusiastic, who wants to listen to your idea, and then you would be able to know who of the 3. Don't be shy making those calls. Worst come worst is this. I don't want to talk to you, but make those calls. Okay, but that's the first thing that you do. That help you cut down among those agencies. And don't just apply without making those calls. That would be my suggestion: is make that call, and then after that, with the AI, you can easily figure out which one matches yours. So you put your idea, put the grantee idea, and see which one whether it matches the first thing matches.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar. I request Dr. Sujita Kumari and Dr. Edwin Dias to felicitate Dr. Vijayalakshmi, and I request the speakers and other dignitaries to please join them on the stage. Professor, join them on the stage for the felicitation. Madam, please join us.
We should give him a special clap because he was one with me. We worked tirelessly for so many days in getting this program.
Yeah, ma'am, it's going there. Like, yeah, okay, ma'am, okay.
Dear delegates, we will just take a few breaths, and we are awaiting for the inaugural function. The dignitaries are arriving, they are on their way. So just we will await their arrival, and we will soon proceed for the inaugural function.
Mangalore is known as an education hub. Many students from different places come to Mangalore just for study purposes. So just take a round around a famous private research and skill-focused university, that is Srinivas University. Srinivas University is the flagship of the 18 Srinivas group of institutions started by the A. Shamrao Foundation. It is a private charitable trust founded in 1988 by an eminent chartered accountant, Dr. A. Raghavendra. Proud son of Atka Shamrao, renowned chartered accountant and visionary academician, Dr. C. A. Raghavendra started the first educational institution, that is Srinivas College of Hotel Management, in the year 1988. Today, more than 13,000 students are pursuing their higher education at Srinivas University and Srinivas Group of Institutions. Dr. A. Srinivas Rao, Vice President of A. Shamrao Foundation and Srinivas Group of Colleges, Mangalore, is an eminent personality. The university has also recognized his contribution in managing higher education institutions effectively. The group has established many milestones in the quality education in the field of healthcare, medical, dental, paramedical, allied health sciences, hotel management, engineering and technology, physiotherapy, nursing, aviation studies, port shipping and supply chain management. The university has established networking with many industries, universities, and education services providers to substantially improve the quality and weightage of the course and degrees respectively. Presently, Srinivas University has 9 institutes offering innovative industry-oriented specialized courses of UG, PG, and research levels. The Institute of Engineering and Technology is a constituent college under Srinivas University located at Mukka National Highway 66, Mangaluru. Developed in a lush green environment with well-qualified and experienced faculty. state-of-the-art laboratories and research facilities in the field of engineering, technology and management science as per international standards with the aim of creating technically sound engineers and decision makers who can establish themselves successfully in the industry and global market. Robotics, artificial intelligence and machine learning, cyber security and cyber forensic, data science, cloud technology and information security and blockchain technology and distributed computing. The College of Engineering and Technology is on the threshold of a quantum leap. Institute of Allied Health Science. Srinivas University serves with medical facilities too. The college's clinical requirement is fulfilled by Srinivas Hospital, which is a 700-bedded super specialty hospital.
Research is to see what everyone else has seen, but to think what no one else has thought. A very bright and beautiful morning to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Swati.
And I'm Dr. Meena Kiran.
And it's our immense pleasure to be your host for the inaugural ceremony of Fund EM 2025, a school skill workshop of World Academic Council of Emergency Medicine 2025 held at Coastal Karnataka, Bharat.
Prayer is how we join our hands in unity towards the invisible and find Almighty's hand reaching back. We are now displaying the invocation in the large screen. We request the audience and the dignitaries to watch the World Academic Council of Emergency Medicine 2025 endorsed Mangalore anthem in the form of invocation.
Please note, this was the World Academic Council of Emergency Medicine 2025 endorsed Mangaluru anthem in the form of invocation.
A guest is like a flower in the garden of our home. They brighten our day with their presence. Welcoming them with a bouquet of gratitude is Dr. Vrinda Jebhat, convener of today's program. Over to you, ma'am.
Om Namah Shivaya. Namaskara. Respected Chancellor, Srinivas University, our beloved Dr. C.A. Raghavendra Rao sir, Dr. A. Srinivas Rao sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Srinivas University, Dr. K. Satyanarayan Reddy sir, Vice Chancellor, Srinivas University, Professor Dr. Salvatore Di Somma, Director of Emergency Medicine, La Sapienza, Rome, University, Rome, Italy, Dr. Suchita Kumari, Dr. Anil Kumar, Registrar, Dr. Uday Kumar Rao, Dean, Srinivas Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, Dr. David Rosario, Medical Superintendent, Srinivas Hospital, Dr. Edwin Dias, Chairperson of Fund EM 2025, dear delegates, colleagues, and the treasured speakers of the day. Dr. Ajay, Registrar Development, Srinivas University, Madam Jayashree Boda, Assistant Registrar, Dr. Praveen, Research Director, and Dr. Naveen Bappalige, and all other officials of the university and co-institutes of Srinivas Group. Dr. Anita, hearty welcome to all of you. This inaugural ceremony is for the International Grant Writing Workshop Fund EM 2025, organized under the banner of World Congress of Academy of Emergency Medicine. We are thrilled to have all of you here today, representing diverse institutions, diverse disciplines. Your presence is a testament to the growing importance of grant writing in advancing research, innovation, and community development. Over the next few hours, we will explore the art and science of crafting compelling grant proposals, navigating funding landscapes, and building partnerships. Our expert faculty have shared their insights, will be sharing them, best practices and hands-on experiences to empower you in securing funding your projects. This workshop is designed to foster collaborations, creativity, and skill building. We encourage you to engage actively, share your experiences, and network with peers and members. On that note, without much upheaval, I place on record a gracious welcome to a personality par excellence, a patriarchal figure, the head of our Srinivas family, our honored Chancellor, Dr. C.A. Raghavendra Rao, whose blessings, admirable support and guidance, encouragement always makes us strive harder and achieve better. Sir, it's our privilege to have you among us. Let us give a roaring welcome to our beloved sir. I request Dr. Devasilan to welcome sir with a floral bouquet. Sir, please accept our humble welcome on this occasion. A commendable persona whose presence and backing motivates us to accomplish higher goals is Dr. A. Srinivas Rao, the Pro-Chancellor of Srinivas University, Vice President of Srinivas Group of Colleges, who follows the footsteps of his revered father. Sir, it is an immense and pleasure to honor and extend a cordial welcome to you for this gathering. I request Dr. Mithun S., Associate Professor of Psychiatry, Cincinnati, to welcome our guest of honor with a floral welcome. Sir, a humble welcome to you too, sir. An individual with inspirational and versatile leadership is our well-regarded Vice-Chancellor of Srinivas University, Dr. K. Satyanarayan Reddy. Sir, we extend you a cordial welcome. I request Dr. Amrita Sriyan to welcome sir with a floral bouquet. Sir, a heartfelt welcome to you, sir. A dynamic gentleman, obviously we are young at heart, who made it half the way across the globe, representing the World Congress of Emergency Medicine, the Director of Emergency Medicine at University of La Sapienza, Rome, Italy. Friends, we have among us Professor Dr. Satyanarayan, who made it possible for all of us to look upon as a role model, a personality so rare, filled with humility. Our esteemed chief guest for the day, I request Dr. Prashant Bhagwat to welcome him with a floral bouquet. Sir, we are delighted to have you among us. Thank you for being here. A personality with always a cheerful personality, always inspiring us to do the best. Our humble and very pleasing Dr. Anil Kumar, Registrar of Srinivas University. I request Dr. Sophia Krasta to welcome sir with a floral bouquet. A cheerful welcome to our own beloved Dr. Uday Kumar Rao, Dean SIMS-RC. I request Dr. Sukanya to please welcome sir with a floral bouquet. A dynamic personality who has the courage to run a very important organization like Srinivas Hospital and runs it most efficiently. A warm welcome to Dr. David Rosario. I request Dr. Safina Amber to please welcome Dr. David with a floral bouquet. A heartfelt welcome to Dr. Sucheta Kumari and Dr. Edwin Dias. Dr. Sucheta Kumari, Director R&D, and Dr. Edwin Dias, Chairperson for the event, for materializing this workshop without whom we wouldn't have been here. I request Dr. Annette to please welcome both of them with a floral bouquet. Be it any request, be it any desire, you call him, you speak to him, and he will forever be there supporting us and listening, giving a patient listening to us. Thank you, sir. Dr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Ajay, Registrar Development, Srinivas University, appreciable and cheerful welcome to you, sir. I request Dr. Mithra to please welcome sir on behalf of the organizing committee. A floral welcome to you, sir. our dearest Professor Jayashree Bodar Madam, to having conducted the entire logistics for this entire event. Without any hassles, everything has been running so smoothly, so beautifully. Thank you, madam. A very grateful welcome to you. I request our beloved Safina Amber to welcome her with a floral bouquet. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, on behalf of the Srinivas family, I welcome all of you here, the delegates without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. I extend a warm welcome to all our eminent speakers, Dr. Navin Salins, Dr. Vijay Arun Kumar, Dr. Keshav Prasad, Dr. Ramu Kharil, Dr. Giles Kettlemore, Dr. Tanika Lindor, for sharing with us your precious time and expertise and making this event a success. God bless all.
Thank you, ma'am. A heartfelt welcome to you too. I request Dr. Anita to hand over the floral bouquet and welcome the convener of today's program, Dr. Vrinda Jayaman. Ma'am, please.
Lighting a lamp symbolizes dispelling of darkness and victory of knowledge over ignorance. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please light the lamp and inaugurate the workshop.
Focus.
I would request everybody to please rise. Thank you, sirs and madams. I now request Dr. Edwin Dyer, sir, to give
insight on the workshop Fund EM 2025. Over to you, sir.
Everything starts with an inspiration. So, our beloved Chancellor is always an inspiration to me. Every time he sees me, he says, "Sir, you're a very talented person." So, thank you very much, sir. And of course, some of the persons also told him I'm very knowledgeable. So, I thank you very much. So, about these two things. So, I just come with an inspiratory slogan that is, faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. So when we started this program, we had a lot of inertia. So slowly things went to end. It's a great honor to stand before you two and extend my heartfelt thanks to the World Academic Congress of Emergency Medicine and Top Management for having been given the privilege of the workshop coordinator and the chairperson for this managed workshop. When the vaccine team first approached me regarding the conduct of fund, response was immediate and enthusiastic. After several rounds of coordination and communication, we were able to secure the unwavering support of our top management, who stood firmly behind this initiative since from its inception. Step by step, we are able to design a workshop of the highest quality. And since RC has been incorporated with the Srinivas University, I would be remiss if I don't take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to all the participants, the speakers, the facilitators, and the management who lent their time and the energy and expertise. And the fund session is such a resounding success. You can see the venue, a wonderful, beautiful venue with the AC and all the privileges. We got very good LCD screen, and I think weekly meetings, daily discussion, crafting and designing international workshop of top quality is a very challenging task even to the bravest, especially Indian context. You know the word, he was telling me, Indian stretchable time. So that's the way we did it. And success of event is without question a reflection of collective enthusiasm, intellectual curiosity and meticulous organization that has defined every stage of execution. What we are witnessing today is not an academic exercise but celebration of collaboration, innovation and shared purpose. The prompt and positive response from our invited speakers who have come all the way from Italy, UK, USA, Nepal, and the national from KSAGRE, he has left because he was busy, from ICMR Delhi and KMC Manipal. I think such a host of top speakers has never been seen in Srinivas. I hope so. And hope the future will get the best speakers for our programs. We believe that knowledge shared and networks built here will not end with this workshop, will ignite lasting changes and research in Srinivas University and elsewhere, serving as catalyst for tangible improvements in medical care across our respective nations. It is our sincere hope that this workshop will serve as a launchpad for future collaboration, driving new ideas, research strategies that will continue to advance the frontiers of medicine. Our beloved Chancellor always says we need to do something to help our people, and I think once we get these grants, we will be able to do a lot of work and serve our nation. As we move forward, let us pledge to keep the flame of collaboration and inquiry alive, ensuring that the shared moments translate into meaningful impact. To all the participants, the facilitators, management, representatives of the research team, I extend my warmest congratulations for your active engagement and hope you have insightful questions and thoughtful contributions. We already saw a lot of thoughtful questions and contributions from the previous speakers. Your presence here has added great value to the gathering. I I trust that you will leave here inspired, enlightened, and empowered to take the evolving challenges of all the fields we are representing here. In conclusion, I once again express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the leadership and the management for their steadfast support for this program. May the momentum and spirit of this successful program carry us forward not only to the next conference but into brighter and more resilience for medical care across Srinivas University. Jai Hind. Thank you very much for patience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Vrindavan ma'am to kindly introduce our esteemed guest today.
We have amongst us our special guest, Professor Dr. Srinivas, who is an accomplished cardiologist, internist, and emergency medicine specialist from University of La Sapienza, Rome, Italy. He is the Director of Emergency Medicine and the Postgraduate School since 2001. He has shaped the academic and clinical training in acute care medicine. His international appointments include visiting professorship at USCT, USA and Lund University, Sweden. Sir is widely recognized for his contributions to cardiovascular and translational emergency medicine and continues in advanced innovation and education. Sir, may I please request you to address the gathering with your learned wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here today. And on behalf of EUSEM, where I have been the General Secretary and also from our President, Satyanarayan, it's really a pleasure for me to make our EUSEM with you. EUSEM has been a great idea from this Indian professor working in the US. And let me tell you that last year we got the international meeting in Rome, and I was the General Secretary of this meeting, and we got more than 6,500 posters. It was the most important session, meaning that EUSEM has been able to making all together a young investigator in the emergency medicine field able to show up, and also based on that we select papers that will be done. I think that a meeting like this has been something that when I was a student, I would like to apply. Because at the end of the day, in the past, when you were in the field of university and you were work with your mentor, these kind of meetings were never happening, right? But this kind of meeting are really the core business, let's say, of the future research, not only in emergency medicine. I think that it's been a great idea that we got the chance to have a meeting like this because young people really need to have skills and to learn from when to done. And I think that is India. Let me tell you a few words of this fantastic country. The way that India is putting together all fantastic tradition like this, but the genuine innovation in the field of medicine is amazing. No other country in the world are able to maintain the tradition and the quality of the history together with the innovation. So I really would like to make a big applause to the organizer, and on behalf of EUSEM, I think that is only the starting point of many other meetings, and thank you for the opportunity that we give. And let's make a guess. Let's say any young one, a follow-up, and see how many grants this kind of meeting are able to apply and be successful. Because I think at the end of the day, the outcome are always important. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your acknowledgement. May I request Dr. C.A. Raghavendra sir, Honorable Chancellor Srinivas University, to felicitate our Chief Guest Professor Soma with a token of our gratitude.
take you know of Congress.
Oh yes, that is the front. Yes.
Is that okay?
Thank you, dignitaries.
I now request Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Srinivas University, Dr. A. Srinivas Rao, to speak a few words on this occasion.
Honorable Chancellor, Dr. C. Raghavendra, Dr. Personality Associate President, Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Enterprise, Enterprise, participants, distinguished invitees, members from media, and today's event experience shadows. Well, what was happening earlier was the knowledge was limited to, confined to their territory only. Like, we all know that there is a proverb that two brains are better than one, and many brains are better than few. This was realized when there was a world pandemic, that is a COVID time. The emergency shot up almost everywhere in the world, and everyone started looking at each other, what should be done. So the innovation, exploration started from there. I can say that from there, the people started opening up and they started sharing the information. From that, they were able to come out at the earliest to eradicate the COVID. Subsequently, what has happened was, we all know that we started opening up. The innovation also was like that. Innovation came, innovation from one person to another, it was shared, the knowledge was started sharing, and we are happy that now the global, like I said, global has become a village, and everyone started participating with each other and interacting with the knowledge they have, and that's how the research will grow. And research, whatever research has to, whatever innovation has to happen, it will happen in multi-product and multi-discipline and in a rapid way. So this is required for the entire globe to survive, globe to grow, and globe to become a peaceful country, a peaceful world. In this context, I can say that this is a very happy one that we have with us from the innovators, the globe innovators are there, coming up to help each other and find out. Of course, we are benefited a lot. We thank you for coming up here, and we have to appreciate our organizers also for taking the initiative and bringing up such a beautiful program. Of course, it is a first program, but we will add on, we will continue this, and from our end, we will try to get the maximum from throughout the world so that the society in general is benefited out of it. Let us now see how best we can come up with because the innovation with a particular thing which requires a big funding, requires funding from the agencies or the government or something like that. Otherwise, it cannot, it will be only confined in their knowledge and it will not grow. So to realize the project has to be done, project has to be aided by someone, and that has to be done by the government, also by global world associations also has come up together in helping the innovation, especially in the health sector. And I congratulate all of you for bringing up this, and we wish more and more such program to happen in our university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You always inspire us with your words. The fatherly figure of our Srinivas family, a man who needs no introduction, loved and respected by all, our Honorable Chancellor, Srinivas University, President, Srinivas Group of Institutions, Dr. C.A. Raghavendra Rao sir, will be now delivering the presidential address. Over to you, sir.
A leading cardiologist in the world and a very well-knowledge expert in medicine, expert in emergency medicine, and a leading citizen of Italy, Dr. Italy. I welcome you, sir. We welcome all of you. I am very happy because I tell you, you can donate so many things. Money is also available, any article is available, but knowledge is not so available. And he has come here to give his knowledge to the participants. This is most valuable, which has been recognized as highly valuable even 5,000 years back in Calcutta when Krishna said in the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Without jnana, that is Vishesha jnana, is required in every field where you want to shine and reduce the human suffering. See this, I am very happy that our scientists in our Srinivas University have also taken lead to run fast in equipping the laboratory and accumulating the knowledge and bringing out new products, new innovation, research, skill development. All these things are given a lot of importance by the Department of Research and Medicine, the head being Dr. Sucheta, Professor Dr. Sucheta Kumar. Although we were interested and things were moving, but I tell you until now, until she died, it was moving very slowly. Only here and there some anecdotes were there, small story. But after her joining, it has taken a big wing. And I have requested her not to walk, not to proceed slowly, but rather double up and see that we reach some respected level of knowledge in the field of research and innovation. So I think this is the first attempt, and I am very happy she was able to attract international scientists, international skill to this workshop. And the most important thing, the fundamental thing that is required is the fund for doing these projects, and that fundraising is a skill by itself. And that skill you are getting today to see that everyone can write more than one project which can bring fund so that the fund is available for research and elevation of the human suffering. And I wish this conference very good, very successful, and I am sure all of you will go to the better knowledge by the time the conference ends today. And once again, I thank you all of you, I welcome all of you, and I wish you come and frequently come. And if you come every month and do such a function also, we will be very happy, because we don't have time. We have to run very fast to reach the global level. With this, I wish you all good luck, and I tell you, our young professors at medicine, Professor so many other Professor Edward, he is another researcher, but he could not push himself much until now the push is given by Dr. Sucheta. So I think everyone will take a leader. And each department, each doctor should take a lead in getting the research, new project, new skill, new research, new information in the research field, and new knowledge to the field, so that the human suffering is removed totally. With this, I wish you all good luck, and I am sure I congratulate our people for organizing this program. And please conduct more and more such information, seminars, workshops, and conferences, so that we the Srinivas University runs very fast to bring the top people in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We truly feel blessed by your words.
Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. As we have come to an end of the inaugural ceremony, I request Medical Superintendent Dr. David Rosario to render the vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on the dais are Honorable Chancellor of Srinivas University, Dr. Satyanarayan. Honorable Pro-Chancellor of Srinivas University, Dr. Srinivas. The invited guest, the chief guest of today's program, Professor Dr. Raghavendra, all the other university officials on stage, delegates of the dais, and all my colleagues. Today indeed is a very prestigious day for Srinivas University, as we have conducted this wonderful international level workshop under the aegis of Srinivas University in collaboration with World Academic Congress of Emergency Medicine. It has always been a dream of our Chancellor that our Srinivas University should be recognized as a research-oriented university. So I think this workshop is definitely going to benefit all of us to make sure that our university is focused most towards research, and in the days to come, the university will be known as a research-oriented and innovation-oriented university. So during, I take this opportunity at this moment to express a few words of gratitude. First and foremost, I would like to thank our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. C.A. Raghavendra sir, for taking your valuable time and blessing this occasion. Thank you very much, sir. You have been a constant motivation and guiding light for all of us in all our endeavors. And on behalf of all the organizing committee as well as office bearers, I sincerely extend our warm thanks to you, sir. I would like to thank our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Srinivas sir. Again, a motivating figure for all of us in the Srinivas University, always encouraging us, guiding us in all our endeavors. Thank you very much, sir, for your graceful presence, sir. I would like to thank the chief guest of today's program, Professor Dr. Satyanarayan. As he was introduced, he is a very learned man, and with lot of laurels for him. And he has traveled all the way from Italy for this program to make this workshop and give his valuable insights. I sincerely thank you, sir, for your graceful presence today at this occasion. I would like to thank all the organizing committee, especially Dr. Edwin Das, organizing chairman of today's program, the convener of today's program, Dr. Brinda Bhatt, the organizing secretary, Dr. Sucheta Kumari, Dr. Jayashree Bodu, Dr. Praveen, Dr. Naveen, Dr. Pradeep Shetty, as well as Dr. Praveen Blessington. I mean, from the day one, I am seeing Dr. Sucheta and Dr. Naveen constantly pestering Dr. Edwin towards pushing him towards this organizing this event. Right from chalking down the minor details, the entire team has put in a lot of efforts. So thank you very much for organizing such a wonderful event. I would like to thank our respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. Satyanarayan Reddy, for gracing this occasion. All the registrars of Srinivas University, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Anil Kumar, and our Honorable Dean, Dr. Uday Kumar, for your valuable presence on this occasion. You are always been there to support us in all our endeavors, and I'm sure with your constant support and encouragement, we'll be able to organize many more such events. I would like to thank again our management for providing this wonderful venue for organizing this program, so that we can organize, supporting us in all our efforts to make this program successful.
At the same time, all the committees who have worked relentlessly to organize this event. I mean, of course, this event is now still pending. Only I think the first few sessions are over, and throughout the day, this session will be conducted. The reception committee, the registration committee, we all have put in a lot of efforts, and definitely we can see it's not an easy task to organize such an international level event, but definitely with your efforts, we can see it has been organized and planned and executed very well. I would like to thank all the speakers of today's workshop. Dr. Keshav Prasad, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Guys Captain Moore, and all the chairpersons of the event. Thank you very much for your support, and I sincerely hope this workshop will help us, all the delegates, to understand more towards and how funding can be obtained, how grants can be obtained for all the various researchers to write research papers. So once again, I thank all the people. If at all I have missed out anybody, especially the media is also here, from the team from the media. They are here to cover this event, and the people who have worked backstage. I mean, of course, sometimes we forget to mention their efforts, but relentlessly they have been helping us to organize this event. So thank you very much, and I wish this workshop all the very best, and let this workshop benefit all of us. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Denisha Hingo. I think she is a representative from the ICMR. So thank you very much for your presence in this workshop and help in organizing this. So thank you very much, and I sincerely hope again that this workshop will help us, it enlighten us, and set us a pathway how we can involve ourselves more into research to make sure that our university, a lot of publications, a lot of research and innovations are conducted in our university. So thank you very much. Wish you all a wonderful day. May the good God bless us all.
Thank you, sir. This concludes the inaugural function. I request all the participants to kindly be patient. We will very soon continue with our workshop.
settle down everybody. We had this thing. I hope you heard the wonderful words, and I hope you all carry on the mission, because this grant writing is basically for all of you. And the youngsters below 55, remember, you got very good scope, because above 55 the ICMR doesn't take. So you are the right candidates who have come, perfect candidates for this program. Okay. And of course, Sirish, the organizers told me we need emergency medicine. So we have one person who knows emergency medicine. So thank you for coming. So hopefully.
Mangalore is known as an education hub. Many students from different places come to Mangalore just for study purposes. So just take a round around a famous private research and skill focused
and at the Nepal Partnerships Lead Division of Global Emergency Medicine at Warren Albert Medical School of Brown University. His work focuses on strengthening emergency and rural health systems through community-based interventions, education and research. He is the founder of a local non-profit organization, HAPSA, Nepal, that works on expanding community-centric healthcare in Nepal. He leads collaborations between Brown University and institutions across Nepal, including establishments of Nepal's first institutional poison information center and expansion of community CPR and trauma center programs. Dr. Kirill also directs bilateral academic partnerships promoting faculty and student exchange, research and rural health equity. On social media, as Namaste Doctor, he engages widely the public providing public health education. Over to you, Dr. Ramu.
Namaskara.
Namaskara.
Okay, all of you guys in the back, can we let's start learning now. Thank you so much for that introduction. Great, okay. All right, thank you for that introduction. My name is Dr. Ramu Karel. So, quick poll of hands. What is the most important page in your grant? Come on, shout it out. What is the most important page? Come on, the answer is right there. Everyone, shout it out. What is the most important page? Specific aim. So that's what we're going to talk about. One more question. What should you write first in a grant? What page should you write first? The answer is right there. Come on. I need participation. I'm going to come to the audience. I want everyone to speak because we have to learn now. So we're going to talk for the next 30 minutes about the specific aims page, okay? This is the most important page that you will write. And once you write this page, the rest of your grant becomes much more smooth. How many of you have written a grant before? Can you raise your hand? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay, 8, 9 people. How many, can somebody shout, how many drafts of specific aim page did you write? How many times did you revise your specific aim page? How many times? 5? Okay, 5. Anyone else? 3? 10? Okay. Okay. My last grant I wrote 95 times. My final one that I submitted was revised and it changed completely by then. This is really the most important page. So we'll talk a little bit about the structure of the specific aim page, and then we're going to talk about some writing tips at the end of it. And then later on we're going to write our own specific aim page in our group. Does that sound good? Yes. Come on, can you say loudly? Come on, guys. All right. So Dr. Keshava and Dr. Naveen and Dr. Arun Kumar have really set up the agenda for today now, where now we're going to move towards the parts of the grant, okay? So why this page matters, and we have esteemed reviewers here, and they will confirm this, that most of the reviewers decide in the first 1 to 2 minutes of looking at your grant, if they like you or not, or if they like your grant or not. And 90% of the reviewers only skim the rest of your grant. They will read the page, the specific aim page, but they will skim the rest, okay? So this is the most important part, and it's the soul. So with this specific aim page, your goal is, you want to capture attention. Really, you want to capture it in the first line. You want to capture the attention. You want to create clarity. You want to go down, create clarity, and then you want to convince. These are the three things you want to do with this page. And some people like to look at this hourglass structure. So this is how sort of the specific aim page looks like. You start broad. You start broad with why this is important, capture the attention, and then you have to really focus, narrow down of what you are doing, and then you kind of leave with the broad payoff. Earlier, I think Dr. Keshava said, impact is the most important thing, and you want to leave with that at the end of this page. So the specific aim page looks like this. You have the problem, which is why this matters. That's the first part. And then you're proposing the solution. What you're going to do. What are your aims? What is your hypothesis? And then you're going to leave off with the impact, the payoff. Also, if you have any questions as we're going, please feel free to shout out. Okay, this is not a we don't need to do a lecture format. You can always talk through this. So let's start with the first paragraph. We'll go down the specific aim page. Okay. So the first paragraph, the first line really begins with why it matters, not just what it is. We'll describe what it is in the second paragraph. So read this, right? You can read here the kind of weak leading line. Chest pain related complaints are the most common reasons for visits to the emergency department. We know that's true. Yeah, okay, fine, chest pain, fine. But look at the second one, right? Failure to diagnose ACS leads to twofold increase in morbidity and mortality. And this can be prevented. Like you've captured a little bit of attention, but you probably are trying to give the same idea. So this is really important. So the opening line, opening sentence is really why is it critical for you. And then in the paragraph, we're still talking about the first paragraph, okay? So the opening sentence, that's the hook, and I'll give you some examples. And then you go to what is known currently. You want to bring the reader back to sort of ground them in the subject area, what is known. And then you want to touch up what's missing. What information is missing. And then you want to lead end with, this is the critical need. And then the next paragraph comes and we'll come to that. So I will just share this. This is from my own grant, okay? And this is, and I'm not a perfect grant writer, so I'm sure I could improve on this the 96th time, 97th time, but here is sort of how I began my first line. Unintentional injuries are the leading cause of morbidity and mortality in children and adolescents worldwide, with a disproportionate burden in low and middle income countries. Now look at this line. A child in the LMIC is 8 times more likely to be injured compared to a child in high income country. And account for more than 90% of the injury, right? So you want to really create the hook first. And then it goes into what is known currently. I'm not going to read through all this, I'll provide this for you. And then it goes into what's missing. I made my first paragraph kind of long, and then it ends over there with what the critical gap is. Okay, I'll provide this for you. And we'll read this in a small session. This is another example. Viruses are thought to be involved in 15 to 20% of human cancers worldwide, thus providing critical tools to reveal common mechanisms involved in human malignancies. Like this is a very strong opening line, right? So really focus on that opening line. That has to be really strong. So the first paragraph is the opening hook, right? Why it matters, what's the gap, you end with the critical need. The need is this. We'll go more through in this small session, hopefully. Before I go to the next session, I'll show you, this is my village. This is where I was born. This is in Midwest Nepal. How many of you have been to Nepal? Oh, there's a lot. Oh, this is great. They're fantastic. Yeah. So this is a place called Ulmi. My house is there. My clicker is not working, but I will show you. All right. And then we go to second paragraph. Now, first paragraph, you have set the why. What is it that you're tackling? In the second paragraph, we're going to talk about what is it that you're doing. Also, kind of how you're doing it. You're going to touch up on this, how you're doing it. So you want to touch on the long-term goal in this paragraph, specific objective of what you're doing, and you want to create a strong rationale. But remember, this has to be linking back to your statements in the first paragraph, okay? You also present your central hypothesis, which has to be testable and focused. And you also want to talk about a little bit of your qualification. You want to touch up a little bit. You don't have much space, but you really need to show that you and your team are qualified. So here's an example. I'm not going to read through this whole thing. I'll give you maybe like 30 seconds to skim through it yourself. And a lot of times people are confused about, should I say we, I, it will be proposed. If it's a career, it depends on what type of grant you're applying, but if it's a career development grant, you really want to say I, because you are the center of attention in those. If it's a sort of, more R1 or further other grants, you can sort of talk to your team, but I is not I go with I because I'm talking directly to the grant writer or grant reader. Okay, so I'll move on from this. Is that okay? Yes, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then, so first paragraph, second paragraph, and then comes the specific aims part. And this is your sort of third part. You list out your aims. Generally, we can talk about questions of how many aims can you have and all that. That depends on your project. But let's say 2 to 3 aims. And for each aim, what I do is I bold the aim, right? And then you want to describe the general approach and the experimental design. Very generally, you don't have much space. You might have a focusing hypothesis here, right? That links back to your second paragraph, which had the central hypothesis. And then you also might want to add a brief statement of impact for each of the aims. And if you don't have space, sometimes you can do that at the end in the last paragraph. We can come back to that. Now, very important, the aims have to be interrelated. They can be interrelated, but they can't be dependent on each other. Okay, we'll talk more about that. So some of the verbs you can use for aims are, there are some strong verbs you can use, and you can avoid some weak verbs. Right? Testing, evaluating, identifying, determining, developing. These are very strong. But exploring, observing, attempting, describing. So very careful in using these verbs. Here are some examples. I'll just let you skim it. Now this is not perfect, so this is like really not a perfect science. It kind of has to. So just skim through that. We'll talk about this more in the small group session. So you have your 3 paragraphs, right? Now we go to the last paragraph. And this is really important. Now you want to come broad. You went narrow, you started broad, you went narrow, now you want to go broad. And in this final paragraph, you really want to touch up a little bit on innovation. Somewhere, in the first line or somewhere, you want to say why this work is innovative. Let the reviewer know. You want to talk about expected outcomes. Now, you might have talked about this in the specific aims part, which if you have done that, that might be fine. But you want to touch upon that. Yes?
Talk about innovation. There's no area of opportunity for innovation. How do you justify innovative statements?
Right. Like you're saying, if your work is not innovative, how do you? Then you should rethink it. You have to. I think innovation is a big key.
Is it mandated to have innovative statements? It's a mandated package, part of package 2, right? Regardless.
So innovation can why is this novel, right? Like if this has not been done before, you might not be. You're probably not replicating something that's already been done, right? So you want to somehow show the reviewer that this is something that will generate new knowledge. Like that's a justification, or it will lead to something. So you want to touch up on that a little bit, and we can have some of our esteemed reviewers kind of telling on that.
Is my statements should be reflecting novelty or versus innovation?
Sorry, right?
Is my statements like whenever I try to make a statement, so my statement should reflect novelty or is it innovation?
So
that's kind of
either or both. The problem is you don't have much space here, right?
Yeah.
So like novelty is okay, right? But you do want to let the reviewers know that this is something that you are specifically trying to tackle, either as being innovative or as a novel, or you want to kind of include that one part. Maybe it's just the one word that will trigger that, and that's why the revisions are like 95 times. It takes to capture that. But yeah, I highly recommend including that part in the final.
Thank you, sir.
And then, of course, the impact. And I think Dr. Keshav or Dr. Naveen talked about this very, very importantly, right? The Indian government, ICMR, does not care about your reason, but they care about how many, how much impact you're having per population. You really want to have that last sentence or last two sentences that really, really remind them as they leave the specific aims page of the impact you will have, potential impact you will have with this work. Either in the field or in your own personal, if it's a career grant, right, in your own personal life. So this is just an example from mine, right? This is so I was applying for a career development grant, which is a K23 in the NIH world, and you can kind of see the red highlighted to try to just show the impact of this in the field as well as for me personally as well. So that's quite important. I mean, that's it. That's the specific aim base. If you've written this, if you write this much, the rest of the grant is kind of smooth sailing after that. So here, just to remind everyone, so this is the flow of the aims page, right? So you start with the importance, current knowledge and gaps, statement of need. Second paragraph, you talk about long-term goals, overall objective, your central hypothesis, your rationale, you want to touch upon qualifications of the team. And then you go on to your specific aims, and then you end with expected outcomes, impact on you, impact on health, impact on the country, whoever your funder is. Okay? Any questions so far on that? The format and the shape of the specific aims page? No. You have one more question?
Sure. How much weightage would impact you consider? So to do a homework on how to write impactful statements, what kind of strategies we should do to make a crafty or a skillful or an effective impact statement? I think it is not just a literature review will give an impact statement. What are the broader strategies which I should probably try to do to make an impactful statement which will attract the reviewers' attention?
Fantastic question. I think, the number one answer to that, I think that depends on who you're applying to. And really what they're, so, I think, as Dr. Keshav who said, it's their money, you don't have right over it, and you have to show them that it's impactful for, so I would kind of anchor from there, and then try to bring in some statistics also, right? But we can talk more about that in a small group session. These are pictures I took. Do you know what mountain that is? It's not Mount Everest. It's Annapurna Mountain. So that's in Nepal, and that's Bodhanath, that's in Kathmandu. Beautiful place if you ever visited. Alright, we're going to now move on the last part of this to some kind of advice and technical aspects of some writing. So some common mistakes, I think, that people made. Aims have to really, we talked about them being interrelated, but they can't be dependent, okay? And then a lot of people, right, when you're writing the specific aims page, the reviewers might not be the experts in that field. They need to be able to understand you without being an expert in that field. So it's really important to not over jargon, not use a lot of what you call those abbreviations, right? Like you really want to make it very clear, very simple in many ways. And then not having a clear impact statement is a big mistake that people make. Some formatting issues for a specific aims page. You're going to bold, this is what I do. I bold section headers. You indent the aims. We'll talk more about this. Paragraphs should be smaller. I made the mistake, my first paragraph was long. And of course, it's one page only. So it's really, this is storytelling in science, right? Like why this matters, what's missing, what you'll do, why you will succeed. You know what I did what I do is I have a blank sheet of paper and I write all my problems. Like what is it? What is it that I want to do? And I try to create some flow. And I think that will really help just make a logical model in your head that you can write very simply. And then you want to end each paragraph strongly as possible, trying to tie back to that problem. Again, here I think on average with all of us we can say 10 to 15 drafts, right? You should expect like the first thing you write should not be the egg that you submit. It should be really getting feedback is really important, and get feedback from people who are not experts. Have your brother who is not in medicine read it and say, like, does this make sense? That's really important. And then reading out aloud yourself, you'll catch a lot of mistakes. And then make it easy for the reviewer, right? Like the reviewers, they're doing this for free. Almost all reviewers are doing it for free. They don't have time. They're probably doing it on a plane or like they're behind a car. So make it easy to skim, right? We talked about bolding it and then ending paragraph with punchlines. So before you submit, things you want to look is, are there hooks that grabs people's attention? Does the first sentence grab someone's attention? That's really important. If you lose someone in the first sentence, you will not get that, right? Is there a clear problem and is there a clear gap that you're trying to fix? Is your hypothesis strong and are the aims interrelated? And then is your impact statement clear? So, if they remember, if you have to do just one page that you think like, what is the most important? It's this one. There's no doubt, okay? And I just want to say this, like, don't assume that reviewers will know what you're trying to link. Don't assume that reviewers know A plus B equals to C. Tell them that A plus B equals to C. You have to tell them. So that's some mistakes that I've made, is just assuming that they will know. It's so simple, they will know, right? No. You have to explicitly tell them. Here are some resources for you. We'll have this in your slide, and you can kind of, there is some grant writing lectures and videos on YouTube you can watch also. I'll end by thanking everyone, thanking for having me here and allowing me to talk to you. I'll be happy to connect with you throughout the day. That QR code is of the organization that when I was introduced, we run an organization called HAPSA. It's a non-profit organization for the last 15 years in Nepal. So you can check out some of our work in Nepal, and if some of you want to collaborate with us on various fields around emergency medicine, trauma, poisoning, CPR, AED, those kind of programs, then we're always happy to connect with you. And that's pretty much it. Thank you so much. Namaste. Sorry. Oh, summarize. Oh yeah, so take-home messages is that this is the most important page, and don't submit your first draft, and make sure that you spend a chunk of your time writing this before you move on to the other part of the grant, okay? That's really, if you do that, I think your specific aims will be successful. Thank you. Any questions?
Dhanyavadagalu, Dr. Ramu.
Thank you.
It was indeed a very crisp and at the same time very lucid presentation. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Now it is time for thanking you and appreciating your talk with a token of gratitude. I request Dr. Sucheta and Dr. Edwin guys to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Ramu, with a token of our appreciation.
If you come to stage, your specific aims will be good.
Yes. Our aim is very, very specific.
so because we are a little short of time.
No, I just would like to share with you what we have done into the EUSEM and also in the Great Network, that is the biggest research organization in the world, including 79 countries. So, before focusing on 3-4 messages for you, may I ask you, how many of you are interested in submitting a grant and making research in the field of emergency medicine? How many? Not so many. That's exactly what I was supposing. How many of you are interested in submitting requests for grant in basic research? Wow, that's exactly what I was thinking. Now, how many of you, so basic research, 5 or 6 people. Emergency medicine, 5 or 6. How many of you are interested in making research and got grants application for oncology disease? Nobody for oncology? Okay. Someone for mental disorders? Okay, psychiatry. But the most important
Talking
topic,
not by talking, when somebody is talking,
the most important topic in the world of research that is going to take the attention when you are submitting is longevity or healthy aging. So this is a magic word where we have to put, because it's linked with everything. Basic research, biomarkers, emergency medicine. You don't want to see any more Alzheimer's disease. So, but longevity, healthy aging is becoming quite interested in being granted, trust me. Because this is what people want in terms of becoming older but without disease. Now, I have so many fantastic talk about strategy on how to write the grant. Absolutely, I fully agree with whatever has been done and said. A magic second word, patient. In your grant application, you should focus on what is the benefit, even from basic research in developing new technology that the patient is going to obtain. Because people that are receiving the requests, the first, because I am reviewer for many grants into Italian Ministry of University, and always I try to say, what is the benefit for the patient? And now, how can you achieve this? Patients focusing involvement, having on board at the end of our research signature from a patient's association. I have been granted for 5 million from European Community Horizon that you showed, having a question, diuretic treatment in heart failure chronic. The patient does not like. I got a survey worldwide, which is the drug we don't want to use, diuretic. And now we have this grant on how can we detect optimal treatment of diuretic with the Patients Association from 6 different countries in Europe signing, we like this grant. So think about the need to create some Patients Association that you can take on board with you. I got a meeting in Boston, beginning of this year, with EMEA, European Founding Decision Research, and FDA for approval of drug. They say, don't submit any research without Patients Association signature. Okay, I'm almost finished. How many of you think that this is something feasible? Is that feasible, that you are going to involve patients? Whatever is the way, trust me, this is going to be something that people are not reject. They will think about, oh, these are thinking what patients want. Because what is the big issue? to translate from a big research into the clinical practice, you wanted to understand before what the patients need, right? Because the big gap between your research and clinical application, we have fantastic research, but patients don't care. Now, the third important message, don't write a grant without cooperation with other centers. This is the third important, and this has been success of EUSEM. During the COVID, EUSEM was able to publish very good paper, putting together a lot of countries involved in the COVID. So the third magic message is make multi-centric research. Whatever is the topic, don't do yourself. And if, most importantly, try to have not only local centers, which is still okay. If you want to apply for India, great, of course, you want to have 5 or 6 centers in India producing the data. And lastly, but if you are going to have what I'm doing now, the reason why I'm so frequently came in Asia, because I'm working with Asia country, India, Thailand, Indonesia, Korea, to take data and put into the guidelines, because the 2/3 of the population in the world, the Asian population, are following European and US guidelines. So if you can put together data from US with India, with Europe, that would be fantastic. Even outlining some different. So multi-centric is also important. Fourth message, multidisciplinary. Okay? Means, for instance, what is the topic that I like a lot, putting together basic research and emergency? Biomarkers. Biomarkers are magic words for research, so putting together every laboratory medicine, cardiologist, emergency physician, pneumologist, and so on. So also multicentric and multidisciplinary. But at the end of the day, please check the cost. Always, when I'm reviewing for rank, last question, the cost request. You should try to make a cost request that is adequate to what you are doing. Because if you ask too much low cost, means that you are not able to do, you just want the money. Okay? So I think the cost is also important, but the cost can be much higher if you are multicentric. At the end of the day, last message is, don't do research only if it is founded. Make an effort to show that you have the attitude, the interest in collecting data. You know, if you see my paper, I have been becoming interested in the world of emergency medicine because it's a place where it's very difficult to get the data. So the more it's difficult to get the data, the more it's challenging and the more they will. So also the area where you are doing. And I think at the end of the day is an opportunity for you to make research, because when I see, okay, this is a very interesting and innovative proposal, but at the end of the day, these people have done already papers that have been published out of the grant. And I think just last message for you, take the data available. Because once you collect the data, the good journal asks you to send the data. So make into your proposal the data electronic collection, especially multicentric, very clear. Because trust me, if you have a good grant, you will publish in New England, Lancet, or something like that, then be aware that this journal asks you to check all the data. And if you have something data that are not good, you close your career, right? So in the end, this is the message. I hope that I'm going to be of an innovative way to write a grant based on what I recommended in my experience. Thank you so much.
Mangalore is known as an education hub. Many students from different places come to Mangalore just for study purposes. So just take a round around a famous private research and skill-focused university. That
we
is,
have 6 faculty coming in each small groups. For the first 10 minutes, okay, we're going to have you guys maybe start writing a specific aims page in a topic you can agree, okay? And then we can kind of use that to discuss over the next 20 minutes with the faculty on various other aspects. So what I would recommend, 10 minutes is not enough time at all. So use the first 2 minutes, time yourself, use the first 2 minutes to come up with the topic, and then use the 8 minutes to write, but please make sure that first sentence is really, really strong, okay? The rest you can maybe kind of, we don't have enough time, and then that will allow us to anchor to distance. Does it sound good? Sound good? Group Royal Challengers, does it sound good? Okay, great. Night Riders, sounds good? Night Riders? Okay, what city is it? Kolkata, Group Kolkata. What city is Kolkata? Bangalore, nice, wow. Sunrisers, sound good? What city is Sunrisers?
It is IPL.
Hyderabad. Super Kings, good? Chennai, wow. What? The Mangalore Monks. Is it good? Great. Super Giants. Is it good? You understand? Okay. What city is Super Giants? Oh, it's Lucknow. Titans. Is it good? Where are they? Gujarat. Great. Gujarat Titans. Are you guys participating? All right, your 10 minutes begins now. Go. Super Giants, no, we need some people here. There's only 4 people. Can a few people go there? Thank you. I'll check.
Vijay.
Faculty here. Need a faculty. Can you cover those?
No, only one. Everybody is there? No, that's no table. Reserved by. I'll take. Okay, we'll pay this number. You are in this group, no? I don't know, I think so.
Yeah, I'll do both of them.
They want the idea, just tell them how to write.
No, 10 minutes you'll talk. Then I start.
No need, now only I will say.
Just do what you have done the lecture. You just use that. You go through it.
We were thinking about something related to molecular.
Which one?
We were thinking about something
Some dermatology, take skin craft. Skin we did the other day. So easy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether special or it's just a practice. Because you have to phrase the thing. Phrase you have to make RAM or all the things. So you know all that. Current knowledge. You got what happened? Gave it. He knows it. Vijayalakshmi knows.
What is changing? By seeing that, then you have to see the real time what has changed. You can correlate. In different environments, the changes will be different. As for the time.
Okay, 10 minutes is up. 10 minutes is up. We have the problem.
Delay or thing on.
Remember to take your EUSEM certificate before going. That is from the organizers. And for the speakers, faculty, there is a separate. So you can collect it from the desk. Speakers can collect it.
first just opening statement. First paragraph. First paragraph we have a first paragraph. Then can be done or what has been done and what has been
to develop simulated
We have 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, every group is going to get up and have their first sentence. You're going to say the first sentence, and if you have your aims, you can briefly mention your aims, okay? So please prepare your first sentence, which is the hook. If you can have an impact statement too, that's better, but first sentence, hook is the mandatory part here.
Real time.
To determine the time frame.
modification for every time series, like 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. Is there a molecular modification which comes only in that time? That you have to see from the unbiased data. So these are now surrogate markers for your time series. Now you are going to correlate that one by repeated such experiments as well as real time sample. Because you have got a bone sample, you know that 14 days before death happened. Whether your 14th day marker has come in that sample. So that is the correlation here. So how much budget do you need? How many samples are there? How many materials are there? How you will create that gold standard real-time situation? The world has to agree with it. If you tell beach condition, the beach condition has to be in the lab. So we need money for it. But the problem here is what people. Your first objective is dependent on second objective. Second objective is dependent on third objective. This question will come. Because if your second objective is not successful, your third objective will not happen. In international scenario, that should not happen. But in Indian scenario, in international scenario, when you are trying, they should not be dependent on you. Complementary. Now here it is dependent on you. So when you talk to them, always be ready for be new it.
I know all of you are really hungry, so I give you 2 more minutes to come up with the first line of a specific ABC.
you so much. You can stop working now. Do I have your attention, everyone? I found this phone. Whose phone is this? I found iPhone 17 over there. It's mine. All right. Okay. All right. So thank you so much. I know that we didn't have enough time to kind of go through the whole specific aims page, but we really wanted to get you to focus on that first paragraph, first sentence. So, excuse me, Team Lucknow. Team Lucknow, please don't talk. Please pay attention. I came from all the way America to Nepal to here. It took a long time. Okay, all right. So we want to do is we're going to go around the table and we want to have you present number one is the first hook. Okay, just say the hook. And if you have your specific aims written, like to do this, to to test this, to evaluate this, if you have that, you can present that. But that's it, okay? Because we don't have time to go on details or other, but we can talk about it in the networking session. So which team wants to go first? Raise your hand. What city is this? Chennai? Bangalore. Yay! Give a round of applause for Bangalore. All right, introduce yourself.
Dr. Vivek AP, Assistant Professor, Pharmacology, Srinivas Medical College. So our team is Royal Challenges. So we have come up with just the hookup line, not the aims. We don't have the aims. So I will go with the hookup line. So our hookup line is growing colorectal cancer incidence highlights the gut microbiome's critical role in pathogenesis. And growing colorectal cancer incidence highlights the gut microbiome's critical role in pathogenesis.
Right. And from our esteemed reviewers, any thoughts on that line?
So, are you going to grow or are you going to do a model or how it is? What is your next objective? Yes, you are telling now microbiome has a role that you want to establish in colorectal cancer. But what is the grantable topic?
We have to next identify the gaps in the knowledge. What is the current knowledge what we have about what is the role of microbiomes in causing the colorectal cancer?
Which microbiome? In what condition?
Yeah, specific microbiomes. We have specific genes of bacteria which are known to cause colorectal cancers. So that will be the specific knowledge what we have. And to next will be to identify the gaps. What is the gap in our knowledge? That will be your next sentence.
Okay. So where you are thinking of applying small grant or intermediate grant or a CR? Or is it first in the world?
Small grant.
Does it qualify for the first in the world? No. Or yes?
Well, the point, I think the idea is good. So you want to, at the first line, right? So you also want, you can't be that low. That's very, very important. You want to hook them with your, true, colorectal cancer rising maybe shows that microbiome problem in the gut, right? Maybe give some numbers, right? If there are, so that would hook. Okay, give it up for Bangalore. Thank you. So there's more to work. Who's next? Here, we are Chennai. Chennai, okay.
We are planning to test whether 4-hourly meal, that is 6 meals per day, is better than 16-hour intermittent fasting as a dietary modification for patients with type 2 diabetes. So we are trying to test which one is better because control of diet is better. We feel it has been said in many studies that dietary modification is expected to decrease the cost of the treatment by 77%. So we are trying to modify the diet and control we are trying to see what is, how effective it is. Impact of this on metabolic factors.
So what is your line?
The whole sentence. So India is currently the diabetic capital of the world with prevalence of type 2 diabetes currently at 101 million and expected to increase to 120.9 million by 2030. Bangalore alone has 120,000 population at present with type 2 diabetes.
So this is a So ICMR panels and director, they hate this diabetic capital of the world. Please don't use it. Okay, you tell that incidence rate is very high because we are also having a lot of population, lot of people to cater. Because it is like 10 years ago, if you tell biomarker, no grant would have come in India because everybody has given biomarker, so many grants, no biomarker had come. So that's why they started hating that word. So same thing they are going to hate soon for nanotechnology. Okay, no nanotechnology, nothing much has come. So that is the thing. So we have to avoid this, what is that everybody does. That we should not do. We have to go little stay away from these words.
If you don't mind, I'm going to just say something slightly different. Is that okay? Because it just underlines you need to tailor your application for the grant award body. So I absolutely agree that if you are applying to the ICMR, you're not going to say we're the diabetes capital of the world because they know that. You're in India, you're applying for an Indian grant about Indian people. But if you were to apply in conjunction with someone at the Royal College of Emergency Medicine for their grant, and the reviewers are all based in London, and they know nothing at all about India's diabetes, and they think, does India even have diabetes? I didn't know that. And so in that context, it would be really helpful for you to say, make it really clear, this is a big problem in India, it really matters. So just remember, tailor your application to who you're applying to for the grant.
Perfect. Round of applause for Chennai. Who's next? Who's next? Raise your hand. Kolkata. Round of applause for Kolkata.
So first line is 70% of mortality among farmers in rural India in accidental pesticide poisoning is great concern as India is an agricultural economy.
Fantastic. Did you hear that?
Can you repeat that?
70% mortality among farmers in rural India in accidental pesticidal poisoning is great concern as India is an agricultural economy.
I think that's good, but yes, I like the way you started it. You're trying to get everyone's attention on organ poisoning and the prevalence of that in India. A little bit, like I would like to see something more morbid in that statement rather than just a blind statement. I think something about the number of deaths in organ phosphate. I think that pulled my attention a little bit more. I think it's well done, but I think because I know the percentage of organ phosphate, but I think a little bit morbidity about. Like, again, you're doing to a lay person, right? I don't know, like organ phosphate doesn't lead to death. I don't know that. So you might want to say that two sentence or two say like organ phosphate leads to like 70% death, and then you can put yourself. Then it makes it a little bit more relevant to me. So, okay, it's the capital and also another capital. It's prevalent and also the deaths.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is really, I started my past poison center, so this is up to my heart also. You know, pesticide is a big problem, right? And you've already kind of shown that in that sentence, but I think you can go further, you know, by saying, for example, something like pesticide is the highest cause of mortality amongst farmers, accounting for 70% of deaths, right? And that, I think that even, like whatever you said, just rephrasing, and you can remove things like great concern, things like that, because that's kind of your opinion in many ways, so you can just put the numbers and it can already be impacted. So round of applause for Kolkata. Next. Bangalore monks. Round of applause for Bangalore monks.
Anemia prevalence rate as per NFHS data, 59% adolescent girls have the anemia. 59% adolescent girls have the anemia prevalence in India as per the NFHS finding.
good, yeah. Again, I have the same comment that I gave for them. So again, it's a good practice, it's good, but then and so what? I think that would have been my question. So what? So I would add a tag-on statement to that first statement.
So because anemia will affect the mental health as well as the work productivity.
Perfect. Just add that on. So something along the lines of 59% of adolescent, and this needs to end it like that.
I think just remember that both these were a little bit disease-oriented outcomes. You know, it's 59% anemia, as opposed to patient-oriented outcome, or more importantly, community-oriented outcome. Because your reviewers may not be medical. If you're applying for a government grant that's going to include sociologists and epidemiologists and whatever, they want to see the social community effect that this is going to have. So tailor it to who you're applying the grant for, but try and get those outcomes that are not just about, you know, this blood test is going to go up by 20%. It's like, really, what difference is it going to make to the patient and community?
Because basically, national literacy rate is there. There are many existing programs from the government side. So there, still it is 29%. So we just want to see the main gap.
I think the project is great. No doubt about it. I think what's a hook sentence? I think that's what we're trying to say. The hook sentence should be something, not just saying the percentage, it should say that what is this I'm leading to. And then it makes me think, okay, I want to read more.
No, thank you. No, that's great. Round of applause for Bangalore. All right, we're coming to northern India, Lucknow. All right, round of applause for Lucknow.
In coastal Karnataka, 20% of the young adults with chest pain presenting to the emergency room result in sudden death. So the specific aim here is we want to know the role of certain markers, basically the biomarkers, especially BNP or NT-proBNP in acute coronary syndromes.
Wonderful.
No, that is nice. It's a very good program, but you have that 20% or 30% you have to confirm them and how we have told them.
It was 80%.
Yeah, any percentage. Today any percent will be okay, but when it goes to ICMR, they will have all this data. So you also have to present that data. Then also how strong you are telling that this particular marker is going to correlate with that, from where that data is coming from. That you have to confirm. Otherwise you have to go by an unbiased way. Which are the markers exist when they come to the point of care? So do they have those markers very high? And you can find by unbiased investigations like proteomics or metabolomics. So then you can find out which are the novel candidates, and that you can propose. So you can have a set of candidates, but you can also have an unbiased as you told, specific aims should not be interrelated or dependent on each other. It should be interrelated. It should for a common cause, but they should not be dependent on each other. So you can have one targeted, which you think that you have got these markers from literature. Another thing is I am going to investigate whole set of new markers by the samples which I receive, and then both of them I take and I am going to correlate with the larger cohort in the third study. So that will be very good, wonderful.
Awesome, thank you. All right, we have Gujarat. All right, round of applause for Gujarat, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our hookup line is loneliness is a pandemic which affects 17% of global population as per WHO. Furthermore, this prevalence doubles in the adolescent age group, leading to depression and suicide. So this is the need of the hour, minute and also the second. So our aim is to develop a common user interface, mental health app, which is globally relevant, using customized fictional anime cartoon characters like Tom and Jerry, Doraemon, Shinchan, Attack on Titans, because we are from Titans group, so or Demon Slayer, which the adolescents can relate to and learn from them. So they'll be able to learn important psychological life skills under the therapist guidance, and they'll be able to interact with each other globally, which is culturally sensitive, and also which is across the countries. So this is our aim. Thank you.
Thank you. To summarize, loneliness is what, 17% of adults, and it doubles in adolescents, right? That's your hook. I think it's a pretty strong hook. Any thoughts? No, I think that's oriented towards speak. I mean, you can talk about something, I think that in itself is the morbidity. The level of insight. I think that's very clear.
If I could rank beyond that, I think he's like now very so far. So if what you said was the first eight sentence, then I would have been.
All right, round of applause for everyone. Clap for yourself. Again, this is just an exercise to hopefully get you kind of start working on your idea and your specific aims, and use this kind of the skeleton to go and write something, and then we'll talk later about AI and things like that. But use your mentors, colleagues, maybe sometimes AI to help you out and kind of clarify. Yeah, so all right, we're going to end that session here. So I would like to thank all of you. I would like to thank our esteemed panelists and experts for providing your insights. And all right, take care. Thank you.
Give it up for we have a plan. Very interesting and very interactive session.
Dr. Rama, please, can I have the mic?
Oh, yes.
We will resume at 2:15 post lunch. Yeah, it is there in it is arranged in the adjoining room.
Okay, and one more loud round of applause for Rahul.
Mangalore is known as an education hub. Many students from different places come to Mangalore just for study purposes. So just take a round around a famous private research and skill-focused university, that is Srinivas University. Srinivas University is the flagship of the 18 Srinivas group of institutions started by the A. Shamrao Foundation. It is a private charitable trust founded in 1988 by an eminent chartered accountant, Dr. A. Raghavendra. Proud son of Atka Shamrao, renowned chartered accountant and visionary academician, Dr. C. A. Raghavendra started the first educational institution, that is Srinivas College of Hotel Management, in the year 1988. Today, more than 13,000 students are pursuing their higher education at Srinivas University and Srinivas Group of Institutions. Dr. A. Srinivas Rao, Vice President of A. Shamrao Foundation and Srinivas Group of Colleges, Mangalore, is an eminent personality. The university has also recognized his contribution in managing higher education institutions effectively. The group has established many milestones in the quality education in the field of healthcare, medical, dental, paramedical, allied health sciences, hotel management, engineering and technology, physiotherapy, nursing, aviation studies, port shipping and supply chain management. The university has established networking with many industries, universities, and education services providers to substantially improve the quality and weightage of the course and degrees respectively. Presently, Srinivas University has 9 institutes offering innovative industry-oriented specialized courses of UG, PG, and research levels. The Institute of Engineering and Technology is a constituent college under Srinivas University located at Mukka, National Highway 66, Mangaluru. The college campus is developed in a lush green environment with well-qualified and experienced faculty, state-of-the-art laboratories and research facilities in the field of engineering, technology and management science as per international standards, with the aim of creating technically sound engineers and decision makers who can establish themselves successfully in the industry and global market. Robotics, artificial intelligence and machine learning, cyber security and cyber forensic, data science, cloud technology and information security, and blockchain technology and distributed computing. The College of Engineering and Technology is on the threshold of a quantum leap. Institute of Allied Health Science. Srinivas University serves with medical facilities too. The college's clinical requirement is fulfilled by Srinivas Hospital, which is a 700-bedded super specialty hospital. We have separate hostels meant for boys and girls. Srinivas University Institute of Nursing was established in the year 2019 with the commencement of the BSc program under Srinivas University, located at the Srinivas University campus, Mukka. The Srinivas Hospital is also located on the same campus and offers an excellent opportunity for students to be trained in a medical college hospital. The courses are well recognized by the concerned nursing councils. The Institute of Management and Commerce, earlier named as Srinivas Institute of Management Studies at Srinivas University, is committed to providing conducive learning environment. Institute of Computer Science and Information Science is envisioned to offer courses which would build the students into enthusiastic quality professionals in the field of computer science and information technology. Since 2005, The college is associated with several MNCs like Infosys Technology, Wipro, IBM, Accenture Technology, TCS, Tech Mahindra, Dia Systems, Spanios Technology, and many other in-placement activities. All-out undergraduate and postgraduate students get good placement through College Placement Program. Institute of Aviation is a constituent of Srinivas University. The college encourages the study of airlines, airports, and business related to the aerospace industry. This also includes supervising routine operations undertaken by the ground staff of an airport or an organization in the aviation sector. Institute of Hotel Management and Tourism offers a Bachelor of Hotel Management and Catering Technology and a BSc Hotel. These programs are focused on the aspect to create professionals who would be the future leaders of the hospitality industry. Practical exposure and experience students will get from working in Hotel Srinivas and Hotel Saffron. Srinivas Institute of Physiotherapy was founded in the year 1993. From the year 2017, the college has become a constituent of Srinivas University. It is the first college which has designed the course curriculum to meet all overseas credentials. The college also has a wide network of alumni spread across the world in various managerial responsibilities. Undergraduate and postgraduate courses in physiotherapy are available on the Pandeshwar campus. Srinivas College of Pharmacy was established in the year 2004, offering both under, postgraduate, diploma and doctoral courses in pharmacy. The college is located at the Vijayalakshmi campus of the Srinivas Group of Colleges with picturesque surroundings. The Srinivas School of Architecture, established in 2012 with a B.Arch degree under VTU University and is a part of Srinivas Group of Colleges. The school currently offers 5 years B.Arch program, Architecture Studio, Exhibition Space, Climatology Lab, Material Museum, Survey Lab, Model Making Studio, Specialized Classroom, and good canteen facility is the highlight of this campus. Srinivas Institute of Technology was established in 2006 with the aim of producing world-class technology graduates tuned to the demands of a fast-changing global village. SIT has gained the name as the best self-financed engineering college in Karnataka in terms of infrastructural facilities. Srinivas Institute of Technology is a unit of Srinivas Group of Colleges, Mangalore. 5 departments have been recognized as research centers by VTU to pursue PhD and MSc. The institute has well-qualified, committed and motivated faculty. Mangalore is known as an education hub. Many students from different places come to Mangalore just for study purposes. So just take a round around a famous private research and skill-focused university, that is Srinivas University. Srinivas University is the flagship of the 18 Srinivas group of institutions started by the A. Shamrao Foundation. It is a private charitable trust founded in 1988 by an eminent chartered accountant, Dr. A. Raghavendra. Proud son of Atka Shamrao, renowned chartered accountant and visionary academician, Dr. C. A. Raghavendra started the first educational institution, that is Srinivas College of Hotel Management, in the year 1988. Today, more than 13,000 students are pursuing their higher education at Srinivas University and Srinivas Group of Institutions. Dr. A. Srinivas Rao, Vice President of A. Shamrao Foundation and Srinivas Group of Colleges, Mangalore, is an eminent personality. The university has also recognized his contribution in managing higher education institutions effectively. The group has established many milestones in the quality education in the field of healthcare, medical, dental, paramedical, allied health sciences, hotel management, engineering and technology, physiotherapy, nursing, aviation studies, port shipping and supply chain management. The university has established networking with many industries, universities and education services providers to substantially improve the quality and weightage of the course and degrees respectively. Presently, Srinivas University has 9 institutes offering innovative industry-oriented specialized courses of UG, PG and research levels. The Institute of Engineering and Technology is a constituent college under Srinivas University located at Mukka, National Highway 66, Mangaluru. The college campus is developed in a lush green environment with well-qualified and experienced faculty, state-of-the-art laboratories and research facilities in the field of engineering, technology and management science as per international standards, with the aim of creating technically sound engineers and decision makers who can establish themselves successfully in the industry and global market. Robotics, artificial intelligence and machine learning, cyber security and cyber forensic, data science, cloud technology and information security and blockchain technology and distributed computing. The College of Engineering and Technology is on the threshold of a quantum leap. Institute of Allied Health Science. Srinivas University serves with medical facilities too. The college's clinical requirement is fulfilled by Srinivas Hospital, which is a 700-bedded super speciality hospital. We have separate hostels meant for boys and girls. Srinivas University Institute of Nursing was established in the year 2019 with the commencement of the BSc program under Srinivas University, located at the Srinivas University campus, Mukka. The Srinivas Hospital is also located on the same campus and offers an excellent opportunity for students to be trained in a medical college hospital. The courses are well recognized by the concerned nursing council.
Yes, we'll be starting in a few minutes. A very interesting concept of AI question answer session?
Is everyone here? Okay, perfect. So we're just waiting for Tanika to join us on this session. So can we go to the next slide? So while you're waiting for Tanika to join, I want all of you to take your phone out, log onto the QR code, and just answer the questions that your comes up. I just want to make sure it's working properly. No, they know. Open the link. You open the camera, take a picture of the QR code. Yeah. Great job. I see 36 completed ones.
You have put the link in the group. Link in the group.
Yeah, just take a picture of the QR code.
Just go to a poll, not something is there.
No, I need not just for 2 minutes, then you can type. No, I think that's enough on my side. Yeah, good. So I'm going to do. Can you guys see me? Sounds good. Okay, so we're going to stop the survey right now, and I'm going to just go through what your responses were. It's not showing. And I think this is just a quick exercise on, like, I want to see your comfort level on using AI, and then we're going to do a little bit of a panel discussion with Dr. Tanika, Ramu, and Giles, and we're going to answer some of the questions that are really pertinent when it comes to using AI. So I'm still trying to figure out why I'm not being able to. I need to figure out how to go to the bottom. Where was that? So you might need some help out here. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I want to change the desktop settings to show parallel duplicate view. Still 7 surveys. So the first question that we had was, have you used AI for any aspect of grant writing? And 28% of you all said yes. And I think that's an average. I think around 30%. And the next question was, how comfortable are you guys? Wow. So 60% of you are somewhat comfortable using AI, and I see 20% of you are very comfortable. So around 80% of you have been using AI in some sort of form or other in grant writing. Okay, last one. And here, this is the big question that I wanted you all to think about, is what do you think is the consequence of submitting a grant generated by AI? There are two things. One is grant generated by AI and grant supplemented by AI. I think we can talk a little bit what is the difference between the two. And I think we see out here that 13 of you all feel that a grant generated by AI, nothing's going to happen. 38% says that you get a lower score. I guess around 20% say the submission will not be scored, and 33% of says sponsors may withhold future awards, suspend future grant submission from the candidate. Okay, so just keep this in mind, and I just wanted you to get a feel of what you all think. This is anonymous, so nobody knows what anyone has input in. So, and now we'll jump into the crux of the presentation, and we're going to talk about AI in grant writing. And we have Tanika, Has Tanika joined? She's not joined. Okay. So we have Giles, Ramu, and myself, and I'll have Giles and Ramu talk, and I can moderate the session. Okay. Sorry, Ramu wants to moderate.
These are the experts. I'll moderate. They will give you the answer. But welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Can you also raise your hand if you used ChatGPT earlier? Yeah. So there, that's 100%. Yeah, so yeah, me too. Yeah, I've used it earlier today, right? So AI is a big part of our life now, and it will be for the future. And when it comes to grant writing also, I'm sure a lot of us have used it either for grammar, for clarity. Some of us maybe inappropriately for writing the grant, right? So the line is very not clear as to when we can use AI for grant writing and when we cannot, and what can we do. And so that's why we have this panel today. And what we'll do in this panel is we're going to use our experts' knowledge to sort of unpack both sides of AI. The goods, maybe the bads, the things that you should avoid, and the things that you can totally clearly use. So please welcome our panelists. First is Dr. Tanika Ligdo. I think she'll be joining. So maybe she won't be joining. If she joins, we'll bring her in. Then you all know, you'll meet Dr. Giles Scattermore later also, but please give him a round of applause. He has tremendous experience in reviewing grants, writing grants, has done a lot of work around the world, so this is going to be really useful. And then Dr. Vijayalakshmi, who you already met, please give him a round of applause. He also has tons of experience writing grant, industry research, working with the Global Collaborative. So now that you've all said you've used AI at some point, we're going to just begin with our panelists, and I'll just pass the mic when I ask the question. So the first real question is, what are the potential benefits of AI tools in grant writing process? So let's establish that, and I'll pass on the mic here to Dr. Arun Kumar.
So perfect. I think it's a really important question, and with the AI all over the place, I think you have to be really careful about what you can and what you cannot use. And I think Ramu's question, first question is, where do you feel, where does, so this is going to be more not my thoughts, this is thoughts of what NIH feels. And then Giles is going to talk about thoughts of what UK Royal College thinks. Okay, these are not our personal opinion. So a couple of things that I put down which NIH agrees that folks can use AI for. I think I have a literature review. So the systematic review of literature can be assisted with the help of AI. Grammar and clarity checking. I think that's a really big part of what AI can do. I think there's software called Grammarly, which I use a lot for checking your spelling and making sure that you're getting the grammar right. I think that is good. Formatting, you can use AI for formatting your grant, and I think that's fine. And I'll let Giles. So there are a couple more that are a little bit tricky in answering. So they said administrative tasks, like coming up with the task of timing, projecting, and coming up with a roadmap on that AI can do, and also brainstorming. So brainstorming was a loose term, and I didn't understand what brainstorming truly meant, but then I did dug a little bit deeper. You can use AI to generate an idea, okay? So it can generate an idea, but the idea has to be taken from there, and you have to start thinking about the idea. You have to develop your own specific aim, and you have to develop your own project. So you cannot have AI, and AI can do all that. So AI can, like if you want, I can do it right now. I can give me any topic, and I'll have AI prepare a grant for you in 5 minutes. Okay, so do you think that is fair to have that submitted, and then you have somebody who's been working for 2 years on a proposal, and they're on the same playing field? So I think that's what NIH looks at, that I cannot have you both. Maybe 2 years down the line, things might change, but at the moment, it's not the same playing field. And so AI, I think what can be accepted are only those that I mentioned.
That's perfect. I will just tag on to that question of what are the benefits. I think you covered a lot. And then additionally to Dr. Giles, I will ask what are the limitations and risks. Maybe you can expand on that further of using AI in grant writing.
I guess the risks, there's the risk of being caught. And we probably need to just be clear that your funding bodies will probably, if they haven't got policies on this already, they will soon have policies. And generally speaking, the policies are all to be very cautious with your use of AI. And the result would be that your grant would be refused, and you would, it depends how powerful that grant funder is, it would jeopardise your future hopes of getting grants. So it really is a serious limitation, negative. But there are some intrinsic limitations, one of which is the problem of hallucination. I was reviewing, not a grant, I was reviewing a journal paper just 2 or 3 weeks ago that I've reviewed twice already before that, and pointed out some errors in their references which suspiciously quickly they were responding with, and I think suspiciously quickly because they were using AI to write the revision of their paper. But there were clearly journal citations which were false. And so if you have used AI to generate your reference list, you are running quite significant risks, limitations, because it's just not good enough at the moment. I know that will improve. But another intrinsic problem, limitation of AI, I think, is that you are reliant on, well, yes, it's part of a problem with hallucination. You're relying on what's out there, but you're also, you are feeding the beast with your stuff. And there's issues of your own wisdom in you're effective if you submit your proposal to an AI tool, whatever it is, ChatGPT. You have just shared your thing out there, and just be very careful about that. And that is one reason, and if you like, another factor in this, why reviewers are not going to be putting your application into ChatGPT to review it, because of that issue of privacy and confidentiality that you will be sharing. If let's say you submit an application to me and I just think, oh, I've got to review this, I really can't be bothered, I'll just get ChatGPT to do with the review, it'd be so easy. That's completely forbidden. And because of the risk of sharing ideas, privacy, confidentiality. Is that enough on limitations? The only thing I was going to add was just in terms of policies. Because you already mentioned policies.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, and I sort of hinted at that. I don't know what the ICMR has as a policy. I don't know what NIH's policy is. But in the UK, all the major funders, so Wellcome, NIHR, MRC has been mentioned today. About 7 or 8 of these, the largest funders in the UK, basically got together a couple of years ago and made a sort of definitive statement on AI use in grant applications. So one of which is, it is absolutely forbidden for the reviewers to use AI. So your reviewer has to be a human being. But they do know that we're going to use AI, and there are some circumstances where it's okay. And basically things that Arun has mentioned, so your grammar checks, maybe formatting your text, those kind of things. So if you're using it for spelling and grammar, you don't really need to even mention that you've done it. That's absolutely fine. The problem comes when you're generating stuff, generating ideas. And so they're very cautious. They're not explicitly saying you mustn't do it, but if you do it, you must be absolutely clear about what you use with AI and how you used it. Because the AI detection stuff, if it picks it up and you haven't credited it, that's curtains for your application. We did talk about one or two other, they specify, for instance, this can be helpful with language barriers, and I think that's a really important positive of AI, especially as we want research to be more global. We don't want English to be the limiting factor, so that's where the sort of language and stuff can be really helpful to try and universalise or globalise stuff. Writing code is another one. If your project involves writing code, that's a legitimate use of AI. Yeah, that's probably it, really.
Yeah, and I guess just to take that a step further on the policies and what you see on NIH or maybe NIHR or other foundation grants or UK, is there a requirement? Let's say, I mean, be clear, I have written grants, I've run it through AI to be like, okay, are there spelling mistakes? Can you help me format things, right? Where do we disclose that? And is there options to disclose that in the current format? And if not, how do you still let them know, or do you just say nothing?
So a couple of things, I think, great points. I think one is, before I get into disclosure, I think you heard the policies from Royal College, but the policies from NIH are black and white now. I think it came out in July of 2025 and is effective from September of 2025. So effective September 2025, you cannot use AI for strategy, you cannot use AI for specific aims, you cannot use AI for significance or innovation. So it cannot generate any of these material. What it can do is what we mentioned before, use it for grammar, maybe a little bit of literature, but that's it, it's very limited. The other thing is like, what if you're able to get past the screening and your submission gets accepted? A year later, if NIH finds out that it was the resource, right now they don't have the best tool to detect AI being used, but they could have a better tool a year from now. And they said that if a year from now they find out that a year before use AI, they're going to withdraw all the money that was given, and then you cannot apply for any more grants for NIH. So it's a pretty heavy hand on use of AI. So now the question that I put in, is there a place? I think that with the new formats that they're going to come up with, there is going to be, when you apply for NIH submission, there's going to be a place where you can disclose with the AI. And again, as Giles said, it has to be very specific what you did and what software you used. So if you use Grammarly for correcting your grammar, I think in NIH we want it disclosed that you use Grammarly for correcting grammar. If you use ChatGPT for checking your references, you have to say I use ChatGPT to reference my. So it has to be really clear, because anything outside what you have mentioned will be pulled out. And I think the tricky part is, if you're going to let NIH know that you're using AI but in a restrictive manner, will your grants be counted equally or in the same same level as the one who does not use AI? And I think that's a tough question to answer. They have not been clear, they have not been black and white on that answer. And I think that's a tricky one. AI is very tempting, but as of now, I think our suggestion would be stay away from AI when it comes to grant writing and manuscript writing both. We're talking more about grant writing here, but manuscript writing is an even bigger piece for using AI. And Giles was right, for reviewers, like as a reviewer myself, it's very tempting to use AI, but there's a lot of ramification for using AI for reviewing, because once you dump, like suppose a great research from somebody from Srinivas sends it to me for review, and I just dump it in a software like ChatGPT, machine learning, to figure out what the review is. I get my review, but what's happened is that data is not gone, now it's gone to the cloud, and ChatGPT is going to use that data like real data. It's going to think as that's real data, and it's going to generate its next algorithm. And that's what NIH does not want to have. And that's why it's so important that reviewers don't also use any sort of software.
Yeah, very, really, really important. And I think both of you touched on some strategies that we can use when you're using AI. I guess number one would be that have your own idea, right? Don't use AI to come up with the sort of, you can use to brainstorm. Brainstorm is different, but if you're coming up with your sort of specific aims, like the core of research, right? You need to have that for yourself. I guess, Giles, maybe you can expand a little bit on what other strategies, if we are using it, what are those lists that we, like pointed lists that we could maybe use, to use AI? Like starting with your own idea is one. Verifying, I guess, is a big one, right? And like his example is amazing, right? He said that he was reviewing a paper, there was a citation, that kind of, send it back because the citation didn't exist. It came back with the same citation very quickly, right? That's really, that's what AI does. It will put wrong things from different places where, so you definitely verify. So are there other things, that we could add to that?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's anything that we haven't covered already. I would use it. I think, the idea of brainstorming, I think, can be quite helpful. And if you use AI sensibly, you can have quite a good conversation with a computer. If you don't have any friends. And yeah, you can come up with ideas, but as Raghavendra just said, you've really got to do that work of your specific aims and the basic writing. But where it's going to come in helpful is checking. Yes, you can check the references. Yes, you can check your spelling and grammar. I think it would be legitimate. This really depends on the funder what you might be allowed to do. So if a funder says you cannot use it at all, then you cannot use it at all. What the UK guidance says is it gives you scope for using it for maybe a bit of formatting. It gives you scope for, as I said, writing code or for helping with language. But they also put in that statement that any individual funder may have stricter policies than that. So you always need to check what that funder is saying. So I don't think there's really a blanket, I could use it for this because it's really useful, because it might turn out that that funder says you cannot use it at all. So generally just be really, really careful. I don't think I've got any other particularly positive things to say. I would like to say something positive about the fact that reviewers don't use AI. I know we haven't talked much about review process yet, but I think it's quite encouraging, and it's just because it struck me when Rami was talking about the hook. You see, if you were submitting your application to a computer, you wouldn't need a hook. You could just put a really dry, factual statement about what it is, and the computer just reads it and it works it out. It may check it, and ChatGPT will say yes, this is a valid thing. The hook is because the reviewer is human, and the hook is there to grab them and make them go, wow, I actually quite like the idea of this. If this happened, that'd be a really good thing. Computers don't think like that. So just remember, you are submitting this to a human. You want to write in a way, we're going to talk a little bit more about that as well. You want to, when we do the bias schedule, you want to write in a way that expresses your humanity and will be read by a human. So that's just, I think, a real positive of the fact that your reviewer is not AI.
Right. And remember, ChatGPT will never tell you that you're wrong. So it will always say, oh wow, what a great idea, continue it, and it will take you down. So verifying it is like so important. I'll add, maybe you can answer to that, and then I'll add one more question to this. A lot of you answered on the third question on, what will happen if the reviewers find out that you used AI. So maybe, Arun, you can expand on that a little bit. What would be the consequences of using AI?
So the 38%, they got it right. The last 38%. So it's, if this statement says you cannot use AI, and use AI and detect it, they black label they'll take off any grant possibility for you in future. So, and not only that, sometimes they put in such an extent that other grantees also know that this has happened and they will not pay their grant. So I feel bad for the applicant who submitted to Giles, and Giles said that he suspected. Without that, if his editor wants, he can actually put a blanket statement that guy used AI in submission. Because then the guy is most probably sending 20 submissions. It's so easy to generate. So I think you have to be really careful. And the consequences are dire if you use AI and first use AI, don't disclose. Use AI when they say not to use AI.
Yeah, perfect. I think I'll just ask one more question and we'll open it up to the audience so you can ask questions to the panelists. But my question for both of you is, okay, fine, no AI, I'm not going to use AI. What are the other strategies to strengthen my grant writing? And we talked about some, but can you give some alternatives to AI maybe?
Yeah, attend sessions like us. So I think, the key is going to be, AI is a tool, not a writer. So it's an editor, not a writer. Just think like that. And your ideas have to be original. What are the tools that Ramu was talking about? I think your department, getting a good mentor, I think that's a key. Mentor who's a researcher. If I was working with Keshava, I think my first thing would link myself to Keshava, who's being productive in his grant writing, and have him mentor you through the process, because without a good mentor, being a researcher is really, really, really difficult. Okay, so I think in research field, unlike clinical medicine, research field mentoring is a big part of research, and if you don't get mentored, you're learning by making mistakes, and invariably, most probably will not be successful or very long time. So I think that's what we have, a good mentor, and use the resources already available in the institute, and then attend more sessions where you get a good grasp of the field.
And I would add more humans, so collaborators. And obviously, if you are the only researcher, you mentor, but if as is the case most of the time, there'll be a team of you. Share each other's ideas. It's really helpful to have diversity of views and different eyes reading it and going through it and putting their perspectives on it. Please value your collaborators. We shouldn't just add collaborators to our application just because someone is the senior prof, so we've got to put him on, or someone is a statistician, so we've got to actually value them because they're going to have some really helpful input. It's one of the other problems with AI. AI is like a soup of all the knowledge that's out there and all the people that have put that knowledge in. You're not getting different perspectives. You're just getting one big entity perspective. Try and value your 5 or 6 collaborators.
Yeah, really incredible. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience on AI?
So I do want to reach out to my AI friends out there from the School of Engineering, and yeah, so I do want to hear from your perspective, because you're on the other side, and you're getting requests from physicians to help use AI. But are you getting any requests to help grant writing using AI?
Yeah, if it is, definitely I say yes. Definitely I say yes to use the AI, because AI is the technology. Using of the technology is not wrong. If you take 70 years back or 60 years back, we have no systems of the laptops. At that time, scientists are there, engineers are there, there are papers written, but how the people have written. Then after that, once the technology of the computers are invented, they started using the computers. It means that it is for the ease purpose. And today we are talking about the AI. AI means it is an abbreviation of artificial intelligence. It means that it is virtual human. It is only virtual human. So human is having the ability to think. We are all humans. We have the ability to think based on the perspective. I don't know, sir will ask me, but how I can able to speak? I don't know, sir, we have discussed during the lunch, that's it. I introduced myself. I have not known also, sir will ask me a question to talk. But how as a human I am able to speak? It is my intelligence. The same with the AI also does. So AI is such a way that it is not about what we are actually thinking. It has the ability to create patterns. That means how the human, we are the human, how the ability we think, every AI also has the ability to think in a perspective way. That is what you might have heard the words called prompt engineering. Hope everybody has understood. Because in AI there are a lot of advancements are happening. It is not limited to the AI. AI is not new. AI is being there from past 70 years. So, in the 70 years back AI is different, and today AI is different. 5 years back AI is different. After 3 years AI is different. Today we are talking about RAG, rank. We are talking about generative AI. We are talking about prompt engineering. So when we are using, especially about the concept of writing the proposals using AI, yes, we can use AI, but subjected to, for example, say, I am from the engineering background. So during the task, I sat over there with all madams and sirs. I am keeping mum. I didn't understand not even a single object. Because a task is given. Because I am not aware of that task. Because I am from engineering background and they are talking about forensics, the language is first I am hearing about it and I have learned a little bit of thing from it, but I am not aware of it. I have not given single input also to them. The reason is I have zero in that knowledge. So if it is AI.
So yes, actually I'll cut you off. Sorry, is there a question? Do you have a question? Or just a statement? That's okay. No, that's okay. I think his point is really important, right? We need to remember that we're talking about specific grants and what the grant mechanisms are talking about use of AI. This is what this session is about. In general in life, absolutely AI is amazing and AI is going to be our future. So of course, use AI. But specific to grant writing, just to summarize, we've talked about where you can use it, to clarify the language, maybe as not as a editor or a co-author, but more as a helper in maybe brainstorming, right? There are many appropriate ways to use AI, but you can't say, hey, write me a proposal for this, that comes out and you submit that proposal, because one, that's pretty much, unethical, right? That's not your work, somebody else did it, and two, it makes a lot of mistake. So these are some things, I think, some of the key takeaways that we can take from this session. I think we're running short on time, but we're happy to talk more about this. I would just like for you all to give a round of applause for our fantastic panelists. And thank you.
Thank you. We will just felicitate Giles.
We will felicitate Dr. Giles. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Trisha.
Going on to the next session, and thank you for wonderful statements and everything given. I think questions and answers are not with very top caliber, but because of the shortage of time, just excuse us, because already there has been a lot of feedback from the audience that the time is getting, we cannot, they may be waiting to go home. So I just hope the speakers.
So we got 2 more hours of lecture. So if you want to go home, that's going to be a problem right now. Okay. So might as well get some coffee, get some tea, hang around here. Okay, so I think my lecture is about how grants are scored, and then we go on to BioSketch. We're going to talk a little bit about how to create your own BioSketch, and that's a really important part of grant writing. Okay, so how grants are scored, I'm going to go through this really quickly. I don't think it's that relevant, because what I'm going to talk about is the NIH process, and ICMR is a little bit different. So when we do the mock grant, which will be the session after that, we're going to, Keshava is going to do the ICMR scoring, Jayaj is going to do the scoring that's in the UK, and Ramu is going to do the scoring in NIH, and do the summary, but the scorings are different, but the general pattern is the same. I have no disclosures. So it's the objective today is going to talk a little bit about the scoring, understanding, and talk a little bit about significance and innovation. I think there's someone I think was a little confused when you use the word innovation. Doesn't mean that you have to invent something new. That's not innovation. Innovation is what is novel. I think you can, like, innovation and novelty go hand in hand. Okay, what is different about what you're doing? It's not like are you inventing something new. It's what's different about your proposal. So again, there's a pre-review process. I think this, Keshava, I think Naveen talked a little bit about the process, the pre-review process. We do a review, a critic, then we have a study section meeting. What we do later on in the mock grant is the study section meeting. It's a section which basically talks about your grant application, and then we give a score. And then they do a summary statement, and I'll do the summary statement at the end of the mock grant. And then we do the basically award, the grant awarding. So it's a whole process which we go through. And then we're going to talk about what is the study section. Okay, so we'll be doing the study section later today as a mock drill, and we'll talk a little bit about the study section. The study section consists of the scientific review officers. So see, these pre-review the application. So when the application comes in, they assess for completeness of the application, the request for application, and the no objection items. They go through all the items that are there, and then make sure that the application has all that. So when the study section meets, the scientific review has already done that. So we don't have to think about does this meet the criteria for the application. All that is taken care of, and then we get assigned reviewers, and then the reviewers they get the material much in advance. You get like at least 6 weeks in advance. You get it, because it's not something you can do just overnight. So you get 6 weeks in advance. You have to review the whole material. You have to go through each and every section of the submission so that it can be fair to the applicants, because there's a lot of applications coming through. So you write a review, and then you give a preliminary score. And then we talk about the 5 scoring points. So there's significance, there's innovation, there's approach, there's then talk about the investigator, and you talk about the environment. So investigator and environment usually are not scored. What's scored is the significance, innovation, and approach. So we keep talking about the significance and innovation. That's really important. Be it ICMR, be it NIH, be it Royal College, they all have the same. They score you on your significance, they score you on how it's going to be applicable to the environment. Okay, so this is the NIH scoring. We'll talk a little bit of the NIH scoring. We don't have time to talk about all the ICMR, but Keshava will go through how ICMR scores too. So we have, it's a reverse. So the lower the score you get, the better you are. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 is really good, 4, 5, 6 is good, and 7, 8, 9 is poor. So if you get a score of around 5 by NIH, you're usually pretty good and you're competitive. So anything less than 5 usually might get accepted. Anything more than 5, less likely that you get accepted. So again, so this is again a breakdown, and also like if you have a high, basically it shows that your contribution is have high importance. So if it's 1, 2, 3 is of high importance, and it's sort of pushing the summation report to say that we should give grant to this. Okay, so you might have like, so you could say that if I'm, so it is not a head-to-head comparison, right? It is that evaluating your grant. So you could have like 100 applications, 10 of them get a score of 3. So then how do you decide? Okay, then you go into the details of the written summation. Okay, so there could be 10 applicants who all got a score of 3, and then if you have grant money for only 1, then you go through written summation, and then you do the comparison. For the key is come together and figure out who are the top applicants for this solution. Again, very simple. So the significance innovation approach shows the importance, rigor, and feasibility, and then the investigative environment shows the expertise and does not score it. Okay, so this is a review form. So this is the form that I got when I did one of the study sections 5 years ago. And so you have the applicant, you have the investigator, you talk about the overall impact. So that's your submission. And then you write about the investigator, you write what is the strength of the investigator, what the weakness of the investigator. Similarly for every section, for the significance, you write the strengths and the weakness. For the approach, you write the strengths and the weakness, what are they basically go through everything. So it's very clear, it's black and white as a reviewer, but it's going to take a lot of time. So there's a lot of effort put in on the reviewer's part. So when they give you a result, usually that's an appropriate result. Okay, and then they have additional review criteria. So I went through this really quickly. I'm going to share all the slides so we have all the points that usually people talk about. So what is the job of the study section? Streamlining, they review the application, they give an overall impact score, and they do a written summary. I think we'll do a mock drill today, and we'll show exactly how we reviewed one of the applications. So score and summary statement, a date is set, and that date is like set in stone. So the review section has to come up with the decision before that date. And then they do an advisory council review. So again, that's so study section is not going to tell you are the one getting the grant. Study section is going to say that these are the 4 people who got a score of 3. Okay. Then the advisory council reviews, and then they do the last minute adjudication, and they come up who's going to get the grant. And they also come up with a plan of the other 2 applicants. So there were 3 applicants who got a score of 3, and that was the best score. And now they gave the grant to one after the advisory council met. What are they going to do with the other 2 people? And usually they say that you can get a subsidiary grant. They create a grant, like NIH does that. They create a grant. They say the application is really good, and we have created this for you. It's not a full grant, but this is more for you to start. Or they'll say that you can reapply, or they'll say that there's a different quota that you can do. So we want to be fair to the process, and then the notice of what goes on. We're going to do a quick run through to significance and innovation, and I think that's really important. I think a few takeaways from the mock grant, so the grant writing workshop should be the most important part of your grant is the specific aim stage. The most important part of how you portray yourself is the bio stage. We'll be doing that. And the 2 most important parts of your grant, which is significance and innovation. So I think that should be your takeaways for today. So what is the problem? So basically significance talks about what the problem is. It describes the magnitude of the problem, what is the prevalence of the problem, who does it impact, and it talks a little about data of morbidity and mortality and cost. So the first line in specific aims is truly your significance, and that's what it covers. Okay, so you're talking about what is the disease, what is the impact, morbidity. I think all the 6 groups did that. Eventually, some way or the other did that. But when you do the actual project, you're going to elaborate on that first line of specific aims. It's going to talk about summarizing previous research on this topic. It's going to talk about what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, limitations, what preliminary data suggests you can fix the problem. Okay, that's really important. So these are the 3 slides over when I'm reviewing it for the significance. I need to answer these questions. What is this project trying to do for the data? And then the describe impact of a study. How will the project improve scientific knowledge? If successful, how will the research change the concept, methods of treatment, that kind of thing. And I want to piggyback on something that Naveen said in the morning. Is they want to do translation science. They don't want to do research for research. They want to do research on how it can be translated to actual clinical work. And I think that's the last point. Is if successful, how would this study change the concept, method, and treatment in the field? Okay, so the next one is innovation, and I think that's also really important. And that I think comes through one of the questions that somebody is like, if my project does not have a new invention, like how do I write about innovation? And I think that's also different. And that answers for that is here. So how will you solve a problem that others have failed? So this is the question that you need to think about when you talk about innovation. So how will you solve the problem that others have failed to solve? How does this proposal challenge current paradigms in research on clinical care? And what novel concepts, methods, and interventions will be developed or used? And you don't see anything about new investigation or something new you created. It is basically what is there and what does your study do to fill in the gaps. That's all it's asking, and that's innovation. And it's really important that when you write a grant, you write about significance and you write about innovation. Okay, so that is sort of that's I did it pretty fast, but I think you get a gist of really importance about significant innovation and also an idea of how the grants are scored. So any questions from anyone? Yeah, Vijay. He gets an award for those questions.
Can you hear me? Sir, in terms of identifying the reviewer from the funding agency, I believe, I think I'm working on the Office of Research in Australia. So I believe, do we have a choice of saying these are the panel of people who could review my funding, my proposal application? Because I feel some prejudice can happen. So and then what is the qualities of the reviewer should be, or should the, I believe my funding applications was indeed reviewed by an expert who is in the same domain. So is that the case?
So great question. Yeah, I think a couple of things. So one, the first question is, you have an option to choose your reviewer. So NIH does not give you that option, but there's a caveat to that. You have an option to choose who will not review. So that you have. So if you know of somebody whom you have an animosity towards, you can say that I do not want him to review. But you cannot say I want this person to review. That's your first question. And that's NIH. I don't think Royal College is similar, Giles. Like, can they ask for a review? But I know manuscript is different. In manuscript you can ask for reviewers, but grant writing is different. So yeah, so in Royal College you cannot ask for, but Giles is not sure whether you can ask for or not including. But NIH is really clear. So if there is somebody whom you don't want to review, you can ask for them. And your question, second question is, what are the qualities of a reviewer? So I think since you cannot choose a reviewer, it's moot. But as a reviewer, the good quality is being fair. I think that's why you don't have to be an expert to be a reviewer. I think you have to follow meticulously what needs to be done. So usually NIH in the study section picks up people who are experts. And they also pick up community resource people. So there are some people in there who are not experts, especially if there's a community project that's going to be relevant to the community. And I think those people, I think they have just follow what the guidelines have to be done meticulously, and then they give their opinion.
Chance that they might overlook my innovative statements.
So again, it's not one reviewer, it's a study section. There's a group of reviewers, and there will be an expert in that. So he will influence the rest of the people, and it's always like that. So if there's a committee person who's not an expert, they're pretty transparent that they don't know the topic, but the process, they might give comment on how it's going to affect the community and the importance of it to the community, all that stuff they will give their feedback on. But regarding the process, there will be an expert in. That's why study section is triaged to the area. Or like suppose your is like community medicine, you go to study section for community medicine. So the study section is very relevant to the area of interest with the proposal.
It means it's a series of review. The scores differs.
I get that.
The scores given by the reviewers will differ.
Yes, eventually the summation report. Yeah, the impact score is given by the summation. So the study section comes up with one score at the end of it. Okay, so like you can see in the mock drill, each one of them is going to give a separate score, but the summation score is going to be the final score.
Thank you.
Yes, one question.
Good evening, sir. So I want to know what is in reviewers' mind, what they expect a grant should be according to need not be a biochemist. He may be from environmental science or some other background. So how I know that the right person is reviewing, and if we get 2 projects of environmental science with the innovative plan and the biochemistry with the good innovation only, but which one he will choose on what basis?
So again, great question. I think the key is yours is going to a specific study section. So it's biochemistry, basic sciences, is going to go to a study section which deals with that. So you will have a couple of people who are very focused on experts in that, and then you might have some community. But usually they will give equal importance to every part. The significance and innovation are 2 big important things, and they'll give equal importance to that. So you don't have to worry about will mine be given less credit than somebody else who's doing something more clinical. I don't think. I think if the RFA asks for a basic science research, then that should be fine. The RFA is request for application. If the request for application is asking more for a clinical research, then that's what they look at. They look at exactly what the requirement is, what they want, and it's also your job to look into what they want and not just provide what you have. It's all there, black and white. So the request for application is that. The request for application you need to spend your first week going through an RFA with a fine needle to know exactly what they're looking for, and then make sure that what you're providing is what they're looking for. Otherwise, you're not going to get the print. Yeah. So you have to focus on those priority areas. So I think every time things keep changing. So they might be having some priority area right now, and if your research falls into that priority area, then more likely they will get funded. So you cannot expect that I'm doing great work and ICMR should fund me because I'm doing great work. It doesn't happen like that. Okay, so you need to figure out like what they are looking for and then figure out whether you fit in that. Any other questions? Okay, so I think Dr. Edwin is pushing Giles to go for the next session. So I'm going to thank you for that. And if there are any other questions, feel free to reach out to us. So the next speaker, I think, ma'am is going to introduce while I get the talk up.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. Now we have a session by Dr. Giles Catamol. Dr. Giles Catamol is consultant in emergency medicine, King's College Hospital, NHS Trust, London, UK. After completing his specialist training in emergency medicine, he worked at Chinese University in Hong Kong 2008 to 2010, where he remains an honorary associate professor. His research interests include hemodynamics and weight estimation in ED. His interest in global health developed from that time through training opportunities in several LMIC countries in SE Asia. Dr. Giles founded the Global EM Committee at Royal College of Emergency Medicine. Since 2024, Giles has chaired the EUSEM working group on global emergency medicine. He has taught at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and at Queen Mary University, London, where he is an honorary senior lecturer. He has authored over 100 publications and has won grants in Hong Kong, Rwanda and UK. Giles holds degrees in physiology, ethics of healthcare and theology. It is interesting to know he lives in London with his wife and children and he is a cruciverbalist. So over to you guys. Thank you.
It didn't say that I've been reviewing grants from Hong Kong, Australia and London, and I have produced a little PDF of, just to follow up from Dr. Kumar's talk, I've produced a PDF which we can distribute to all of you to look at how they store it. And it's a few copies, a few hard copies, but we can send you the PDF, just because different grants funders score things in different ways, and what we're trying to tell you is always tailor your application for the funder, for how they score it, how they look at it. What we're going to do now is talk about the BioSketch. We've just had So the bio-sketch is it's a description of you. It is a kind of curriculum vitae, CV, resume, tailored, curated for the funder that you're applying to. Now this term bio-sketch just means a sketch of your life, literally, and the term bio-sketch is for NIH applications. So the US, I've even forgotten what NIH stands for, but the NIH. But the concept that we want to get across of a tailored CV, we're going to be pushing that through this talk, even though we're considering particularly the NIH bio-sketch. It is to show that you are the right person in terms of your fit, your credibility, and your impact, and we'll talk through those three different things, what it means. Whether you're using bio-sketch or just submitting your CV, your resume, if you're American. So, for example, the Royal College Middle Income Country grants, they don't have a bio-sketch or a profile to fill in. They just ask the applicant to send the description of the proposed study and their CV. But if you are submitting an application to a funder that just wants your CV, don't just send them the CV that you used last week for your residency application. Don't send them the CV that you've used for your job to become a part-time football doctor. You tailor your CV. You tailor it for the thing you're applying for. So you edit it, you alter it. And the bio-sketch, the NIH bio-sketch, is a really helpful framework for doing that, which is why we're still going to focus on that. Before we get on to the NIH bio-sketch, the NIHR in the UK just has a thing called the profile. It does a very similar thing. You have at the top, your basic details, you have your educational background, and you have your sort of employment, and then you work through some of the rest of the things in your own personal profile. But this is what we're going to be focusing on now, the bio-sketch for the NIH, and that's sort of the beginning of mine. That's the sort of heading at the top, education, and so on. Now, I'm sure we're all aware that funding from the United States is not what it used to be. So if you are going to be applying for an NIH grant, sadly, an awful lot of the foreign grants have disappeared. I mean, we are talking, it's amazing how big the NIH funding is. It's something like $30 billion, is that right? It's huge, but unfortunately, it's going to be the foreign grants that go first. So, look out for lots of others, because it's going to be getting more competitive. And this is not just a trivial point. Grants will get more and more competitive. There are more of you coming to courses like this and wanting to apply for grants, and there is less and less money. And it doesn't take a genius to see that the maths doesn't add up. Which means that when you are applying, it is more competitive, and you need to make sure that you get it absolutely right. We've talked about how you get your aims right. We're going to talk about how you get your bio-sketch right. Now, we've also talked today, Dr. Kumar's talked about how reviewers read, and I've mentioned how reviewers are human, they're not AI. So AI would read your whole application in one go, would just know the whole thing immediately because they're so clever. But humans don't do that, humans read. You know how you read. You will have a very quick look at the whole thing. You'll read the first line, you'll always start with the first line, and that's the hook, remember, that we talked about. And then you'll skim through the rest of it, and you've already made your mind up. Ramu said that, you've made your mind up in the first couple of minutes. And what the reviewer, let's be honest, what the reviewer is often doing then is trying to justify their gut instinct. And if their gut instinct was, yeah, this looks pretty good, I'm going to now just dig into it a bit deeper, not too deep. I'm going to make sure there's nothing I've missed that was awful that would cancel out the red flags. And then I'll do a little bit of a deeper dive. But basically I'm trying to justify my decision. If your decision at the beginning is, oh, I don't like the look of this, it's just boring, I'm just not interested, it won't take them long to find things that they don't like. So remember how you read. You start with a gut feeling, you skim through it, and then you kind of dig into a bit deeper to try and justify what you already think very often. Now, when we're trying not to be biased, but we're humans. And so even the most impartial people are still going to structure in that way. They're going to skim through it, grab the things that grab your eyes. Remember, Rami talks about bold headings, indented paragraphs. These are the things that make it easy to get the point quickly when you're reading it. So make it easy for the reviewer to read and get the points, in this case, about yourself. So, a few things. You're going to get the handouts of this, so I don't need to read through everything that's on the slide. But be clear. Some people love lots of long words. It's really unnecessary. Keep it short, sharp, correct. We talked just about scannability. Parallelism, consistency, making sure it's the same throughout. That really irritates me when I review things. When things have been sort of headed or indented in different ways, in different sections. I just think, oh, it's just all over the place. It puts me off. And if there are rules, say about length, keep the rules. It's so easy for a reviewer just to score you down because you went over the word limit or the page limit or the number of citations limit, and that's just immediate. It's objective. It's a really easy way for them to objectively decide they don't like the paper. So we've already talked about these three main things: fit, credibility, and impact. And we can also, for some funders, they're looking at trajectory as well. I'll come to each of these as we go. So fit is, are you aligned to the role you're applying for? Credibility is your skills and experience. Your impact is what's changed because of you. What difference did you make in a previous project? And then where is this going? Both in terms of where is this project going in the future, and where is this going in terms of your own career? So this is one of the people I've reviewed for the Queensland Emergency Medicine Research Programme. This is the only bit that, this is the reviewer's notes. This is what you score them on for track record and research environment of a team. And so what they're looking for in your bio sketch is, does this show that you're well suited? That's the fit. Are you able to do it to capacity of the environment and the team? But for early career investigators, does it highlight appropriate experience and training? That's your credibility. And does the application demonstrate how previous research has advanced their fields? That's the impact. So all those things we just talked about, fit, credibility, and impact, is just there in that bit that the reviewers are going to be looking at. I reviewed for the Health and Medical Research Fund in Hong Kong. This is all they look for in your bio sketch. And really, this is more about credibility. They don't actually particularly look for your past impact. Different reviewers, different emphases, different priorities. This was what we used at the Royal College for our low middle income country grants. The only thing we looked for in terms of the applicant's bio sketch was how this grant contributes to the academic development of the lead applicant. Wow. But we didn't even particularly look for credibility and impact. We just looked for how is this actually going to develop them. So, different grant funders, different priorities. Tailor your bio sketch for the context that you're applying for. But having said all that, what my top tip would be is use something like the NIH bio sketch and create a master template. And maybe you've got that already in a CV. You've got your sort of basic CV which has it all in, and then when you actually go apply for a particular thing, whether it's a job or a grant application, you tailor it. So tailor it for different contexts. I don't want to say much about ethics. Be ethical. The NIH bio sketch. So this is where we're going to go. We're going to sort of just go through filling it in from sort of top to bottom. There are a few rules. Obviously, if you're applying for an NIH fund, you have to keep those rules. And you must keep their format. It mustn't be more than 5 pages. There's a few other rules. But one of the really helpful tools there is something called Science CV. And if you, how many of you have heard of Science CV? Just the Americans, and one more. Brilliant. So hopefully, if nothing else from this talk, you go away having got the link to Science CV and set one up. That would be a real winner. So Science CV, really helpful because this can be your template for, it doesn't have to be NIH. You could just basically take this and use it for any application. So that's why I'm going to focus on it. So here's how you're going to go about getting your biosketch. You can do it, Science CV is basically an online version of it. You can just download the form, which is this form on the right, or if you want to use the QR code, that will get you to the template of the biosketch. And you just have to fill it in, but keeping the rules, which is sort of slightly more tricky to keep the rules because you've got to keep them yourself rather than the machine telling you what you're doing wrong. And that's Science CV. So, here's what I said. If nothing else, take away Science CV. I do hope that QR code works. If it doesn't, that's the thing. Well, just Google it. There's not many things called Science CV. And then you go there and you create a new document. It's very easy. You'll see that thing there. It says My Profile, My Documents. Create a new document, put it in, start with a blank document, and away you go. You can do that by tomorrow morning. It won't take too long. So this is what it's going to be made up of. Raw medics, we start with anatomy. 4 blocks. Header, which is just kind of like the really basic stuff about you and your education, who you are in education. And then a personal statement. This is a bit you really have to be careful of how you're going to tailor that, get the hooks in. This is going to make them think, wow, yeah, this guy is the right person for this, fit. And then we have the credibility. This is what is called the position, scientific appointments and honours section. And then contributions to science, which is the impact of contributions section. So this is the header. I love the fact that whenever you go to NIH website now, any government website, it tells you there's a lapse in government funding. I mean, there's been a lapse in government funding since January, but I think this is because of the current issue with their lack of government. And so you open up the header section and sort of edit. You've got name, ORCID ID. Here's my second thing. If you haven't got a Science CV account, make sure you've got an ORCID account. How many of you got an ORCID account? Oh, great. Okay, great. So get one, even if you haven't started publishing, just get yourself an ORCID ID. Actually, I may be wrong with that. Do you need to publish before you can get an ORCID ID? No. You get one up front. Great. Get an ORCID ID. It's really helpful for consistency across all your bibliography, applications. You know, it's a unique identifier of who you are in the world of research. So we put in our name, ID, and then we go through a list of your educational achievements. That's fairly straightforward. So that's the header, education, very basic. Now we move on to the personal statement. This is the first of those 3. This is section A. This is to grab them and make them realise that you are the right person for this application. So this is the fit, the personal statement. So why you, and why this project? And are they connected? Do you have, just very briefly, the training, the experience, the schools, the skills? You are allowed to cite up to 4 publications. If it says you can cite up to 4 publications, how many publications can you cite? Up to 4, thank you. Not 5, not 6, but up to 4. Because if you break the rules, you can just be binned straight away. And you can put a bit of context in. What I mean by that is, if there's some gaps in your CV, for instance, a period of illness or a maternity leave, or there's something that's gone on that explains why maybe they might be going home about. There's something you can explain it, so you're allowed a bit of context in your personal statement. Okay, that's the personal statement. Remember those hooks, grab them, make them think you're the right person for the job. And then the positions, scientific appointments, and honours. They also consistently spell the word honours wrong. I don't know why. They seem to be missing a U. Americans. So we're going to put appointments in. Again, it's just nice, easy. Click for each appointment you have. You have to have all your current appointments. This is not all your past appointments. You don't have to say, that you took a year out to be a school teacher in 1998 or something. But you have to have all your current appointments, honorary and non-honorary, and especially if they're foreign. And they're very keen on that, on knowing, all sorts of transparency and American money funding issues. And then your honours. So these are honours are things like your certificates, your licenses, your registration for me as a completed specialist training. The fact that I won the Nobel Peace Prize 3 years ago, something like that. Okay, those are your honours. I didn't win. That was an example, not one that I got. So that's your credibility. That's section B, your honours appointments. And now the final section is your contribution to science. This is your impact. But this is not just a bibliography. This is not just a list of what you've published. You are allowed to describe 5 contributions that you have made to the world of science. So if it says you're allowed 5, are you allowed 7? No. Brilliant. You can have 5. You don't have to have 5. You might have 4, but no more than 5. And for each of the 5, you can only go up to half a page. Don't go a whole page. Half a page. If it's on the computer, it's more straightforward. It looks obvious if you're on a typed thing, but there are rules about how your font size and the number of letters per inch and the number of lines per inch. So don't think you're going to get away with it by putting it in font size 5 and writing 3 sides but squeezing it into half a page. That is not going to work. You'll just be binned for that as well. So font size 11 or 12, half a page. It's narrative. So what you want to do, we've touched on this in the AIMS talk, that you want to give, let's say there's one big project that you did that is relevant to the thing you're applying for. So if I'm applying for, let's say I was going to do something on hemodynamics, and I go back and I look at different projects I've done in hemodynamics in the past, maybe I don't have 5, but let's say I have 5, or maybe I had 7, I'm going to choose my most relevant 5 projects that I've been involved with. I'm going to write half a page on each one, and for each of those, what I want to give is that background. What was the problem? What did we find? What impact has that had? And I need to be specific about my role in that. So it's again an easy way for them to see, be consistent about how you lay it out. It's not prescriptive. You don't have to do it in exactly that order. You've got to get those points across within the half a page. And my suggestion would be that for each of the 5 different contributions, you lay it out in the same way, indented, bold, etc., consistently, so that as the reviewer scans through it, they can see immediately, okay, I can see how that person was involved in that thing. Again, you can only cite up to 4 relevant papers or products. So a product, it could be an interim paper, it could be like a preprint, it's not actually being peer reviewed yet, or it could be a patent, it could be a poster that you presented at a conference. There are other products that you can cite in those 4 things. If the paper is relevant to your contribution, it doesn't have to be a paper that you were actually author on. You may have had some other contribution to it. You may be involved in the Delphi study, or you may be an acknowledgement, so you don't have to be be an author. You just have to say what your contribution was if that's the case. My tip here would be to use my bibliography anyway. We'll come to that later. You're not allowed to put any URLs in your biosketch. You can't link to your CV somewhere else or Google Scholar or something like that. So you're listing your 4 citations for each of your 5 contributions, but you are allowed 1 URL in your application, and that is to my bibliography. So again, if you haven't got it, we'll talk about it in a moment, get one of those, and that will be able to list all your publications. And this is how you get a my bibliography. So you go to NCBI, the National Centre for something, Biotechnology Information, something like that. All this American stuff, it's brilliant. And in that page, there's a link to your science CV at the bottom right there, and at the sort of top middle left is my bibliography. You go to my bibliography, and then you just add what you have. It will search PubMed for you, so it will just draw all your papers from PubMed, but you can add manually as well. There's a few glitches, it keeps doing strange things, but it's there, and it's very useful. So, just going back to recap on how you're going to write that description of your role within your contribution. Here's a little mnemonic, CARO, context, action, results, and outcomes. The context, that's the background, that was the problem, that was the thing that you were trying to solve, the situation that put you in that position in the first place. But you want to write it in that kind of hook style, because they're not going to be specialists in your field who will review, not always. It could be anybody, and they need to get it quickly. What was the situation? And then what did you do? Use words that you actually did. Don't just say, I was part of, or, use verbs that say what you did. I designed a new rocket to go to Mars. Whatever achievement you did. Don't just say vague stuff. I was part of the team. That's vague. Use verbs, be specific, say what you did. And then the results. That may be the findings of the paper, it could be the effect sizes, that's the sort of what were the findings, the results, and then the outcomes is more, or the object, what actually changed, what was the impact that it had. And that may include just having some papers that you published, with some DOIs. Anything you cite, ideally, would have a DOI. Well, they don't have to, but it's clearly moving that way. Let's keep the rules. So, I've said about DOIs. Whatever you do cite as a research project must be something that is a stable repository or verifiable. That can be quite tricky with that. That's why DOI is so useful. That's why papers are so easy to cite. Again, you don't have to try and dig out 4 things. If there aren't 4 things, get 3. Put them in the order. Again, it grabs the reviewer first. They might just look at the first one, to be honest. And if that's a strong one, put that first. They don't need metrics. Don't worry about that. Here's a key rule. You're not allowed figures, tables, and graphs. Not in your biosketch. There are other application things that might require those things, but in your biosketch you're not allowed figures, graphs, in your description of your contributions. So keep the rules. I said, don't go through all the just keep the rules. Don't be silly with the font. That QR code is to an instruction guide to help you fill in your form. So when you go to the actual form itself, it doesn't give you lots of top tips, you just fill in the form. But that is really helpful for explaining what you have to do at each stage. A few top tips. Get an ORCID account, get a Science CV account, and set up a My Bibliography on NCBI. That's the link for ORCID. But it doesn't matter whether you've got an application to do at the moment. Just do this now. Just start your biosketch. You can keep tailoring it as things change. You're not going to do your contributions necessarily yet, And clearly, you're going to need to tailor it for every application that you make, but just have it there ready to go. Have the bare bones, the skeleton, that you're not having to start from scratch. Any questions? Well, that's my family. She said I've got some children. Yeah, that's us for Christmas in England. Isn't it lovely? It's cold and wet, but that's because it was cold and wet. Any questions? Cool. That's me done.
All right, we're almost done. Are you happy? Okay. All right, can everyone, we have one more thing we need to do, which is a small group, and we're going to make small groups. We're going to actually make these things. We're going to log into those accounts, see where the BioSketch thing is, and talk about BioSketch about 15 minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. But before that, can everyone just stand up? All right, everyone stand up. Okay. All right. All right. Do you know this? Do you know this top to bottom? So can you clap once? Just once.
Dr. Nirmala Rajendra. Dr. Nirmala Rajendra. Nirmala Rajesh.
So don't take your certificates and run off. So there is a little postcard with the certificates, and that's for GHRC. That's the organization that is well state. And there's an online course coming up, and we have scholarships for the course. So take use of that. Reach out. There's a QR code on the back of it, and you can try to connect out there and see if you're eligible for that workshop. So it's a complete research training workshop, grant writing and everything. If you have any questions, you can ask me or Prithvi. Prithvi was one of our graduates from the workshop, so she's doing great.
Dr. Prashant Butler.
As you guys are completing the science CV, I just want you to give a. I just want you to take a picture of the QR code and do a post-survey quiz post-session. I'm sorry we couldn't have the mock drill today. I think all of you look really tired, and I think even the faculty are really tired. But I promise sometime down the future we come back and we'll hold the mock drill. Was that? Do it now.
I think Vijay wanted to see the strength of your enthusiasm and he thought, let's take you there.
Service completed, 5 underway. All 38 years still. Yes, going strong.
We got 47 people in the thing and even more. And I heard that from forensic department all have come. So can I get a...
So the entire department of forensic.
So can I get a clap? And this is even because there was some miscommunication. I must congratulate him one somewhat I short-circuited that miscommunication because I took it directly from the Dean's office.
One more thing, we are very happy all medical staff are involved with us. It is mainly meant for medical staff, so we congratulate them. Very good.
Just we want just a feedback from the speakers to say, yeah, how they enjoyed the session, how they enjoyed speaking to us.
So, usually speakers do not give feedback. Because we have seen all kinds of reactions of the people, like giving talk and other things. But you all came here with a purpose. So, all of you have been attentive and it is a big crowd because mostly internal crowd. You are out of your own interest, you have been staying till the end or you are compelled to stay, maybe anything, but that compulsion is not seen in your face and also that's partly due to the interest generated by various styles of talking of each speaker. They are from different background, different cultures, so each one of them have given some different spice, and variety for your interaction. So maybe by the time one flavor is gone, another flavor has come. Because of that, you have been very involved.
So can you give a clap, please? Yeah. Next, Vijay.
Okay, so thank you everyone. I think whatever I say will be understatement. I think you guys have overseeded my expectations, and I hope you'll take something from this. I think doing the workshop is always fun. You'll enjoy it, but tomorrow when you'll get up, I think you should remember what we learned today and try to take away something that you learned today. I think write a basket, do the science CD. Start working on your grant, reach out to other folks, collaborate and network. Best of luck.
My feedback is that I've been really impressed. Firstly, how many of you there are? I was expecting about 10 people, and there's 57 people. Absolutely really encouraging that so many people want to be involved in research and apply for grants. I think that's amazing. So well done to you.
Thank you so much. My only feedback is thank you so much for being here, trying to learn. And remember, research is needed because you want to improve lives. So remember the end goal of why you're here. And then in the words of Faiz Ahmad Faiz, chale chalo ke wo manzil abhi nahi aayi. Keep on moving. The destination is yet to come. Thank you.
Come, please come. Come. Senior professors here, please. There's Come. Okay. First, said, please come. Professors can come. Professors can come in. Any other professors? Senior professors? Professors can come.
Please come down.
Yeah, everybody smile. The speakers are very nice. They are sharpen their speech. Teachers.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು
Did you get it? The cover?
Yeah, he's getting.
That camera. So wide angle. Everybody's coming?
Yeah, sir.
Please say cheese.
Smile.
Alright. Make sure we don't close our eyes.
Can everybody say specific aims?
Aims.
Hey! Since shall we have an action one also?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, we want action. Come on.
Ready?
Action coming in.
Ready, 1, 2,
Yeah, action.
3, start.
Thank you so much. Please share the photos and the videos if you got cuttings. Don't give this thing. Send it in